Meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held in person and via interactive conference technology, moderated by me, William J. Iver Jr. Today's date is Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. Time is now 9:33 a.m. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Here.
Here.
Aye.
Aye. Here.
Here.
Aye.
Here.
Present. Yesterday we deferred items G2 and G3 until today. We'll take those items up and then go to public testimony and then go to the agenda. The commission will recess at around noon for 30 minutes for lunch and convene in an executive session for approximately another 30 minutes for about an hour. Agenda item G2. Andrew? Sorry? Okay, we'll do that. Lisa Dare. Lisa Dare? Or Darcy.
But we can do
Napua.
yes.
Napua Huel. Aloha.
Oh, we lost her too now. Oh no, she's there. Can you call on her one more time?
Okay, Napua, are you, can you hear us? Are you online?
Yes, aloha, I'm here.
Okay, aloha.
Is it my turn for testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Napua Huel, representative of Lot 46 Kahiki Nui, testifying on agenda item F2. I submitted my written testimony that gives insight into the specific reasons why I'm opposed to granting Ka'ohana o Kahiki Nui a right of entry for animal eradication in Kahiki Nui. For my oral testimony, I will point out the errors and the lack of scientific credibility of the information presented by Kuali'i Kamara and Julie Cachola in yesterday's presentation regarding the ROE in question. Point number one was that Julie Cachola and Kuali'i both stated on the record that the cattle are the most destructive to the Kahiki Nui forest, which is false. There was a thesis that was done and is cited in a 17-page report that's available at aha'ali'i.com/Kahiki Nui that points to goats as being the primary land degradators in Kahiki Nui and not cattle. It's actually in the opposite order. So it's goats, pigs, deer, and then cattle. Number two is that Julie Cachola mentioned the 1995 Forest Management Plan in her presentation, but failed to put key aspects and historical context of the management plan into frame. In the mid to late 90s, the DHHL leased 15,620 acres to Ka'ohana o Kahiki Nui, the nonprofit organization that was concerned with settlement of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and establishing the physical community infrastructure. At that time, the DHHL gave the management lease.
It's okay.
Gave the management lease of 7,300.
Napua, sorry, Napua, can you speak closer to your microphone? You're getting soft.
Can you hear me a little better now?
No, closer if you can.
Can you hear me a little better?
It's about the same, but we'll try to be quiet. Go ahead. Go ahead, Napua. We show you on mute. Napua, can you please unmute?
I'm sorry, I'm streaming from Kahiki Nui. Could you hear me a little better now?
Yes. Proceed. Please proceed, Napua. Michael, can you check? Did she go back on mute? Is she in the chat room?
She's live. I don't know how to do it.
One more time, Napua, can you please proceed? Okay, we'll continue with the agenda and come back to you when you have a better connection. Okay, thank you, Napua. How about Lisa Garcia?
So, G2.
Let's go to G2 then, and then we'll come back and we can establish better communication.
Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G2 for information only, status update on the DHL grant program. With me today, I have Gigi Kyrell, the department's grant specialist.
Aloha, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Gigi Kyrell with the Planning Office for item G2, grant status update. Sorry, it's been a while. I try to do these quarterly, but I've been kind of busy. So here's our most recent update. We currently have 47 active grants, a combination of our NERF trust funds, and we also administer state grant in aids. So there's a total of 47 that are currently active. There's 37 nonprofits that have these active grants. Some of the associations have multiple grants from us. And you'll see that on the Exhibit A table and chart. Just a couple quick updates. Let's see, as far as the most recent round of grants that the Commission approved last year, on the capacity building grants, all 5 of them are now fully executed, and the notice to proceed has been issued to those organizations. They're ready to go. The regional plan grants that were awarded back in February, 7 out of the 9 are fully executed. The remaining 2 just are basically going through administrative procedures, so they will be executed fairly soon. So all the funds that were allocated to grants will be expended, will be fully expended. We have about 5 associations that are either out of compliance with Hawaii Compliance Express or their registration has expired. Those associations have been notified as well. When that happens, it basically means we cannot make final payment to them until their compliance certificate comes back in. And then lastly, which I believe I mentioned yesterday, we do now have on board a vendor, Hawaii Alliance of Nonprofit Organizations. They are going to support our grants program and help with the monitoring and tracking. Because like I mentioned, there's 47 grants. That in itself is a full-time job. So we are getting creative in how to bring in help to support us, in any way we can. And especially thank you for the budget approval yesterday for the new funds coming to the grants program. We will try to get more creative in getting help in administering the new funds. So mahalo.
We do appreciate all the hard work that you do. Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gigi. Just an update and several questions on Exhibit A. Hawaiian Community Alliance, what organization is that?
That's the one that currently has a leadership dispute. Pana'ewa Community Alliance and Pana'ewa Hawaiian Homelands Association. So that is the, I'm not sure who the new president.
So who's spearheading that project? Is that Kawi or the other person?
PCA is its own entity. They are the fiscal sponsor for Pana'ewa Hawaiian Homelands. So PCA has a board of 3. And that was an agreement that they made years ago. So on the grant side, I only deal with Pana'ewa Community Alliance. I do not deal with the Homestead Association.
So the funding is already appropriated for them?
Yes, it is a GIA, a very old granting aid. They have not requested for additional funds due to the project is Komoleau is stalled.
Okay, another question for Molokai Kalamola Homesteaders Association, Kiowa Park improvements. So has that fund been distributed to the association already? That $100,000?
The Kiowa Park improvements?
Yes,
Yes, they have a remaining balance of 25,000
out of that 100,000.
of the 100. Yeah, every grant, when we execute a grant, we load them up with advanced cash. So we cut them a check right away.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, to help get them started.
Thank you, Gigi.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Zach. Any other- right?
Thank you, Gigi. I just wanted to understand a little bit more about, you said PCA, non-compliant. What is the non-compliant mean?
That's the Hawaii Compliance Express. It is the consolidated compliance system. So it shows if they're compliant with state tax, federal tax, DCCA, and Department of Labor.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's through the state.
And PCA is one of those groups, unfortunately, that consistently is out of compliance. Yeah, so I can't pay them anything anyway.
Okay, and you mentioned that you don't have any dealing or communication with Pana'ewa Hawaiian Homelands Community Association.
Correct, not on the grant side. The grant is directly to the
Okay, not on
alliance.
the grant side.
Yeah, not on the grant side.
So if PHHLCA was interested in grants, they could reach out to you then.
Yes, any association, any nonprofit is
Okay.
eligible for DHHL
Okay.
grants. Yep.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, so Gigi, well, maybe this is a question for Chair. If PCA is not in compliance and has consistently been out of compliance, is there an opportunity for another fiscal arm to be created so that they can administer these funds? Because it's like $75,000 for the Komoleau project, which apparently has just been sitting. So I'm just wondering if that is available for the PHHLCA to form another fiscal arm so that they can take advantage, because otherwise, if the existing guys don't do anything, it's just going to continue to sit and nothing's going to happen.
That is, I think we're gonna have to seek some legal advice, because when the program was set up to spread the money among 7 associations at the time, it was named as the.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Yeah, I think we're talking about 2 different fundings. So the funds, the 75,000 is a grant in aid that the legislature gave specifically to the Pana'ewa Community Alliance. The funds that Chair was referencing are the shopping center MOU funds. In that MOU funds, the MOU specifically mentions Pana'ewa Community Alliance.
Yeah, we will need to seek legal advice because it's a contract. So they're like any other vendor. So I'm not sure, we'd have to check with AGs on, can the vendor be changed out?
Or if you have to go back to the ledge and have them reissue or something like that, or
To the ledge as a GIA.
It was
Once they give it to us,
it's done.
it's done.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I also believe that the project has stalled with PCA because they've been trying to communicate with the other group and try to find a reasonable solution. And my understanding is they haven't moved forward because they were trying to seek a reasonable solution with the other group, and they did not want to push ahead until they mended fences, I
At
guess.
some point, did you notice the GIA lapses?
I check every year because we have a couple of very old ones. And so far, so good. We still have those funds. I'm actually surprised because they are old. But yeah, we still have them.
Thank you.
I wanted to add, first thank Kapu, Commissioner Kapu, yeah, for bringing that up. It's good points. So how long ago did this granting aid start for?
2016,
Oh, okay,
very old.
yes. So there's no like set time limit that you gotta, okay.
Not
fine.
that- not that
So
we're
far,
aware
we're still got it. But I think that there was a good point that Commissioner Kapu brought up about, even though there's two different funds, I mean, it's just sitting there, yeah, a long time. So I know community members wanna move forward with Kamoleao, right? We have monies in the one fund from the shopping center that's on moratorium. So whatever help we can get to resolve this, even if we gotta go through the legal steps, would be of benefits to the beneficiaries in that community. Okay, we look forward to hearing back on that. I do anyway.
Chair. Gigi, thank you for your presentation. I see there's no presence on here for Hawaii.
Yes, in the last 5 years that I'm aware of, no one has applied.
Yes.
So we don't even get applications.
So I'm gonna rustle the troops.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'd like to get some representation. So maybe it may be some educational information they need. So I'll be reaching out to you on a sidebar and we'll try to get some information. I know there's a lot of need. There's just, they don't know the direction, I believe, at this time. So thank you, Gigi. I appreciate it.
Yes, of course, Commissioner.
Is information available on our website? The application information.
Oh, not yet. The old ones are. They can always look at the old ones to
Yeah.
see, what we normally ask.
We'll talk on the sidebar so I can get that
Yeah.
information. Thank you.
I got to get the new RFPs reviewed by AGs, then we'll get them posted.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Randy?
Yeah, Gigi, mahalo for that presentation. I'm just looking at the Wai'ehuko Phase 3 feasibility study. I guess I'm just a little confused because it says start date. So a grant was awarded and the start date was for 5/1/2021. And that's with Wai'ehuko Phase 3 Association.
Yes, phase 3, yes.
Okay. And the reason, first of all, I support the feasibility study for a community center. Why I'm confused, I thought the request was put in and it wasn't accepted. It was not accepted because it was not
Oh, this
submitted.
one's an older,
Oh, this is an older one, so it's still
Yeah.
active.
yeah, it's not the one that they did not meet the deadline. Yeah,
Okay.
That was something else. I don't even know what that purpose of that one was. I didn't even look at it because it didn't meet the deadline.
Okay, yeah, I think it was also for to support a community center
Mm.
being developed. So this one is older, but it's still active.
Yes,
And are they still in compliance with the requirements of the grant?
they're a little behind in their report.
Mhm.
A lot of them are.
Okay.
But partly, I need to keep up on my reminders to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think
They're
rather
okay. They're
than
okay.
take up more time, I have a few more questions later I can ask
Okay.
that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Gigi, I just noticed there are none for Papakumea and none for Waimanalo.
They haven't, I haven't seen an application from them in
years?
recent years. Yeah, the only Waimanalo is the Ilima's group, the one under statewide projects, Kekula, Nui, O Waimanalo. They're actually taking their aquaponics statewide. So they're training on Maui and Hilo. And then they're also expanding to Molokai and West Side, Kailapa.
I understand that Papakolea does have some kind of nonprofit, so do we keep track of when a homestead association has another source of resources for themselves?
Not
We don't.
necessarily, unless they put it, identify it as a match to our grant. That's how we know. But otherwise, we wouldn't really know what other
Okay.
funds they have.
All right, thank you. I'll look into it and let you know. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gigi. First of all, thank you for your hard work because it's just not easy to administer and oversee grants. I kind of know how it is. Good to hear that you will get assistance. That will really help relieve for them to Hawaii Nonprofit Alliance. Is that what you meant? They will come in and so they will look over the reports or final reports that come in on these grant and
Yeah, a lot of what I'm finding
organizations.
over the years, is just they need help with filling out the report, and particularly the financial report.
And trying to be in compliance.
And to be
So-
in compliance, and I simply don't have the time. I love doing that kind of work.
Yeah.
I just don't have the time. So we're bringing in Hano. That's their main purpose to just work with the existing grantees with their reports, get them all in shape, and then send them to me for approval. And then I can focus on the new
Good.
grants.
Good, I'm glad to hear that you're getting help. And a lot of these organizations, they get caught up in the HHC compliance because they're either didn't file their taxes, their 990 is appropriate, so it doesn't put them in a state compliance category. And so that kind of delays their funding.
Yes.
And trying to get the last final report, if you're not in compliance, then you can't draw up that last final report.
Correct.
As looking at this chart, you have start date, maybe it can be 16, 17. The ending date is just that they haven't done their yearly compliance with HHC. So, but
Correct.
thank you for your hard work. Glad that somebody's going to help you step in to kind of help with this report because it's truly not easy overseeing all of these grants. But thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Chair. Zach.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Gigi, one more question. This is on page 304 in the Exhibit A. On the last item for Molokai, Sons of Ho'olehua Cooperative Sponsor. The end of date was 6/30/2020. And then total grant was 69,300, but there's a balance of 26,300. Pending time extension. What do you mean by that?
That means, and that was one of the things that fell through the cracks. I apologize. I promised them to do a time extension because they have one more site to do their project. So I need to get back and finish up their time extension. And we've done this before. We've done retroactive time extensions. The good thing is because these are NERF funds, it's all within the department's discretion. So, we're not as strict, because it is our own funds. So I did give them the go ahead. They can keep continuing. I just got to file the time extension.
Okay, so you've been
That's
in
not a
contact
problem.
with them?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Gigi.
Thank you, Zach. Randy?
Gigi, I stand corrected. The Wai'ehuko 3 proposal was not for a community center, it was for community garden, so kalamai.
Okay.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we'll go to agenda item G3.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you.
Aloha Commissioners, item G3 for information only. An update on the water policy plan implementation program report for the previous fiscal year, FY22, and a draft water policy plan implementation program for fiscal year 2023. With me today, I have Dr. Jonathan Mikete Shoyer, who will be giving an overview of this submittal.
Well, my co-commissioners.
Aloha, Jonathan.
It's a pleasure to be with you in person. If you can go to the next slide, please. And really, I'm going to just step back for a second. The reason why, unlike, I believe, almost all the other policies that the commission has adopted that we present to you specifically on how we did for the past year and what our plans are for the next year is due to Commissioner Ka'apu during the deliberations over adoption of this policy, that he wants to see this discipline brought to us and brought in front of this commission to make sure that you don't just pass a policy and then say, we're all good, but you actually check in annually. And so I'm very grateful, though I might not have been particularly deeply grateful at the moment the amendment was made. It has been a very wise bit of guidance for our work. Three things I will cover briefly. How we developed the Hawaiian Homes Commission Water Policy Plan, which is now a number of years ago, our report on what we've done in 22 and what we're planning to do in 23. Next slide, please. As you know, the department and the general plan is in revision, but it's a multi-tiered planning system. At the top is the general plan. Second tier, you have strategic program plans and island plans. Below that, regional plans and development plans, which are implemented via funding legislation and land use implementation. If you click, the water policy plan is a strategic program plan. If you click, go forward, there we go. So it's at that second level. Next slide, please. And why don't you just, it's animated, so just click through all the animations for the particular slide. As we developed the water policy plan from 2012 to 2014, we were doing so in the context of the department facing a number of particular water challenges and crises. They're always going on. At that point, there was a proposal for somebody to do a pump storage hydro project on the island of Maui that was going to impact HHL water rights as well as some other issues. We conducted background research. We did scoping interviews with leaders within the department, all four manager and chief engineers of the county boards of water supply, and water experts and beneficiary homestead community leaders across the archipelago. And then we did 2 rounds of beneficiary meetings, a first round of 10 meetings across the islands, talking about what DHHL's water rights were and the beneficiary and commission's water rights in the law, summarizing together those in one place for the first time and asking for feedback on what the most important issues and challenges beneficiary communities were facing across the islands. If you click again, from all that data, we picked out what are the key themes, the things that are not just happening in one community, but happening across our communities. And if you click again, we took that information, we developed a draft policy, and we asked the Hawaiian Homes Commission to adopt it, but only as a draft. And then they sent us out for another round of 10 meetings where we showed the draft to the beneficiaries and we say, did we get it right? Did we hear correctly what you were saying to us? And feedback was given during those meetings. In June 2014, the meeting I just referred to, the commission approved it. And that was the first time, to our knowledge, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission has had a policy on how to manage water since passage of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act in 1921. If you'll go to the next slide, please. There's a number of sections to the policy, and it was handed out as an attachment. There's a vision and mission statement, which are directly from the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. We didn't invent anything from whole cloth. Values, we distilled 4 key values around water that were coming up in the themes in our communities, which included laulima, malama, and other key ideas. Key policies that we wanted to always follow in making decisions where there was no other guidance. And then there were about 30 goals that beneficiary communities had around the islands. And one of the things we did in our second round of meetings was we had people rank those goals. What are the most important ones? At the time, Chair Masagatani said, it is great to have 30 goals. Can we pick 4 to really focus on? Also wide guidance. And so those 4 voted on essentially by the beneficiaries who participated became the key things. And then, as I just mentioned, a requirement that we have an implementation program for each year in conjunction with the budget adoption. Go to the next slide, please. Those four goals are, first of all, to affirmatively communicate with our beneficiaries before and after major water decisions, not just make a decision and say, oh, by the way, this is what we did. To aggressively and consistently advocate before all government entities and agencies the rights of the beneficiaries, the department and the commission to water, to develop and conduct create a water assets inventory or a VI, because you cannot manage what you do not know what you have. And the fourth, and this came up very clearly, was a desire by our beneficiaries for the department to spend some time and attention on watershed protection, with the acknowledgement that we issue 99-year leases that can be renewed for 99 years. We don't just want water in our pipes today. We want water for our great-great-grandchildren and our communities in perpetuity. So what have we done? If you'll just click all of these through, the biggest thing which happened right after last year's presentation was, after 27 years, we got our almost 0.6 million gallons a day of water that we've requested from the Water Commission for expanded homesteading use on the island of Molokai. We've continued to partner with Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law on training for beneficiaries around the island, so that we're not just doing the advocacy, but we're working shoulder to shoulder with our communities and appearing in front of these boards and commissions on our water rights. We've continued to seek groundwater reservations requests across the island for future uses to make sure those waters are set aside for our use when we have the funds and ability to develop it. We've made particular progress in 2022 on the county level, and two notable outcomes on the county of Maui. Maui, a number of years ago, passed an ordinance which is called the Water Availability Ordinance, but is colloquially known as the Show Me the Water Bill, which requires that any major developer of water of a project has to show that they have a long-term reliable source of water prior to that being approved by the council. And there were, when it was first passed, it was an absolute, they then quickly made some exceptions for affordable housing, but they had never made an exception for DHHL projects. And at the insistence and leadership by Molokai Councilwoman Keani Rollins Fernandez, successfully got through the Maui County Council. In addition to that, Show Me the Water Ordinance that specifically allows DHHL projects to be exempted from having to show that, which puts an affirmative duty on the county to provide water to our projects. On Hawaii Island, Councilmember Matt Kaniali'i Kleinfelder managed to add an amendment to development approval bill for a project known as the Kumuho project in Waikoloa. That is a large, it's a resort project, but the vacation timeshare, large timeshare project. 0.5% of all the timeshare sales are going into a fund that will, and sales and resales are going into a fund specifically for water projects for Native Hawaiian housing needs in South Kohala. So this will cover our Kailapa, Kauai High, as well as some of our Waimea communities. Those funds won't be realized immediately. Sales will start in about 5 years and go for another 15 years after that. But the initial estimates are between $12 and $14 million will be generated that can be then invested. The monies go to the Waikoloa Foundation, and working with them, we will try to secure those funds to develop water and improve water infrastructure in those communities. So huge things, and led by at the county level, but really meaningful to fulfillment of our mission. And finally, we've continued, as you know, to advocate that when the state leases water, that they charge a fair price for the water leases that are issued, because those are the source of funds for the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. Next slide, please. Next goals for our coming year are very similar to the goals that we've had for our previous years. Continue to work on beneficiary training, continue our advocacy for the revenues due to the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, to continue to seek reservations of surface and groundwater across the islands, to continue to advocate and monitor before the Water Commission, the Board of Land and Natural Resources, and county level agencies, continue to assist Lehua and others in the development and support for legislative bills that further enhance the department's ability to serve our beneficiaries on water, and to continue to pursue water resources development, especially in North Kona, where water resources are a particular barrier. Next slide. This is also in the submittals. Some of these are matters that come under Gigi's purview, but there's an additional $200,000 that was sought for beneficiary training, $100,000 for source development, an asset management plan for the improvements to the Ka'u water system, a rate study for Pu'ukapu, so that we have a logical and consistent basis for charging rates, and then customer education for all the department water systems, because encouragements to efficient water use are actually financially very valuable to the operation of the systems in the department, for a total of $880,000 subject to your approval. That is the last slide, and Andrew and I are available to answer any questions. Mahalo nui.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Jonathan, for your presentation. You know, on Molokai, we're going through some issues regarding people wanting to hook up water meters. Presently there's a short list, maybe a couple dozen people waiting to get the approval to hook up their water meters. Some of them may have water meters already, but some of them are requesting maybe for ag water. You know, I'm not sure the request is for it, but is it safe to say, Jonathan, that the situation with the Holiho water system at the present time, that these people can eventually hook up their water meters?
If I may, Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the question. There's, as you, I believe, know, a series of complexities around that. After the Water Commission successfully issued a increased water use permit to the department for our uses at Holehua, we, as is standard practice, installed new flow meters at the water pumps themselves. And those were showing a higher rating, a higher level of pumping than we were accustomed to. So there was some concern, I believe, at the district office level of whether how much water was actually in addition available. With that said, I'll give you two more answers to your question, hopefully to shed some light. We should have some urgency, particularly for the issuance of water meters for residential purposes. That was the primary justification we gave to the Commission on Water Resources Management, so we could get more homesteaders onto the land. The challenge that the department has had, and we've taken steps towards it, but never fully addressed it, and it was actually an issue that's included as one of the subsidiary goals in the water policy plan. The department, in its systems that it manages, has excess capacity where it can issue meters. In some of the county systems, we also have water credits, basically the promise of a future meter to issue. The department and the commission together have never had a consistent policy on how to allocate those. So there's questions of equity that can come up. For instance, if you issue an ag water meter to somebody and then a year later, somebody comes for a residential meter for their homestead lot and you say, sorry, we can't do that because we've issued an ag water meter. What we have in draft form is a proposed policy which would look at both the management of credits and the management of meters, so that ultimately this commission as well as the department can fairly allocate those resources. I think we could bring that to the commission in short order and then take care of whatever the list is consistent with whatever policy direction this commission gives us. I hope that was clear answer.
I'd like to thank you, Jonathan. I'd like to add also the LDD division also has mentioned to me that they're going through improvements at the current time regarding improving the system itself. And hopefully, whenever that comes to fruition, it'll increase the amount of water. So I understand that, you know, right now there's a lot of improvements going on with the existing system. So, but then I'm just concerned because a lot of these people are approaching me on a regular basis and I don't have any answers to give them. So I'm talking about those people that have been waiting 5-7 years to hook up their water meter. Yeah, so that's why I ask you that question about whether they can get that service.
I look forward to
Thank you.
quickly addressing.
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you, Jonathan, for your presentation. You know, it's, you're truly our Aquaman.
A little fewer muscles than the actual Aquaman.
That's all right, we'll get to that. But, you know, the work you do is really important to the beneficiaries. And I think sometimes in the background, people don't see that, but I've seen that in several programs and in action. So I appreciate everything you're doing for our beneficiaries, and it's truly appreciated by the commission. So thank you very much.
Mahalo nui, it's an honor.
Aquaman, I want to echo those accolades. Thank you, Jonathan, for everything you do for us. You mentioned Kiani Rollins, who we really appreciate what she brings to the council, and her advocacy for water distribution to beneficiaries you mentioned earlier. I think that's what you're saying. As a result of what she has been able to do with the council, can you give us some tangible examples of what that really will mean for our beneficiaries?
If I may, Chair. Thank you. What will the tangible result of the change in this ordinance be? What we are hoping it will be, and it continues to be requiring work with the Department of Water Supply, but the Department of Water Supply in a previous instance, more than one previous instance, but specifically in one, when we said, okay, we have a development project ready to go in this area, the Department of Water Supply said, oh no, you have to actually provide additional source because you guys do not fall within the water availability ordinance. So you need to provide additional source because you're not technically affordable housing. And so this change in county ordinance should eliminate that basis for the council, the Department of Water Supply to deny delivery of water that they have available in their system to our projects. This is Pu'unani I'm referring to.
And in another way, Randy, when the ordinance took effect with the support of the mayor, by the way, it allowed the department, who was being treated differently at the time, as like a regular developer, to then become qualified for water, for workforce housing, which is sort of their equivalent of affordable housing, which then made allocation available to us from the Water Commission's increase in the aquifer. There was an increase in the allowable take from the aquifer. It went to Maui County. We testified in support, but then when Stewart went in and applied for the water credits, the water department said, "Oh, I'm sorry, you guys don't qualify for workforce housing. So perhaps we got to go develop some additional source." So what happened on the ground is the county regulations changed. We now qualify for workforce housing, and now the mayor, with the mayor's blessing and the water department's blessing, we now can get some of the additional water credits that were made available because the Water Commission increased the usage, partly because we testified in support of it. So we're in a big circle, but it comes actually back to help us unload.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. Thank you. And thank you to everyone, our county council. I really appreciate what they were able to do, but I appreciate everybody's efforts to make things better for our beneficiaries. So thank you.
I will share, 2 years ago, our legislative advocacy with several bills in the legislature, requesting a more assertive position by the department, getting on a couple of water powers, requiring some changes, got their attention. The different county water boards were initially upset with us. We heard about it. We had subsequent discussions with them, which was a representative that tried to, he's from Kona.
Tarnas.
Representative Tarnas sat in some meetings with us. We kind of made friends again. And so I would say the relationship has improved. And our communication has improved with most of the county water boards, where there's actually, we're talking about partnering going forward in some cases. David?
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it. It has been 8 years since this started, and I think we've made a lot of progress, and I appreciate all of your efforts and Andrew's efforts in moving the water forward. I did ask Commissioner Awo if I could make Mahaoe into his island, because I heard that the county may grab the water, the East Maui water system. And I was wondering if you had any information and how that would impact our beneficiaries, because it goes both ways, right?
If I may, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kapu. Council member and Kalamai, the councils and mayors on both those pieces of legislation I highlighted supported. I just mentioned the people who introduced the measures. Councilmember Shane Sinensi has, at the behest of some of his beneficiaries in East Maui, proposed a bill that would put before Maui County voters an amendment to the county charter, which would allow the county, well, his initial proposal was to create an East Maui Water Authority as an entity that would be eligible to either get a government set aside or take over the water leases that are currently controlled by East Maui Irrigation and Mahipono through revocable permits. We were asked to provide technical information during the meetings of the Agriculture and Public Trust Committee, as well as during a community meeting. So I did present to them. We did not take a position for or against the creation of a water authority, but we did note both the long, historic, and significant relationship we have with all the water leases, including our need for reservations, the rights to of our beneficiaries to TNC practices, as well as our revenue associated with it. And then we also talked about, as the counties are political subsidiaries of the state and hence subject to the same compact of supporting the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the duties of a proposed East Maui Water Authority to help fulfill our needs in East Maui are clearer than a private entity's. That is going forward. I believe today the APT committee is again meeting. During their first meetings, Managing Director Boz suggested that the mayor would support a charter amendment which would not be specific to East Maui or solely comprise East Maui, but would actually give the county to also take over legacy plantation systems elsewhere on the county. And so that's being discussed today. Ultimately, the next vote of the first measure is going to go in front of the council soon. 3 members were opposed, 1 member was absent, 5 were in favor. And exactly which version of the amendment goes forward finally to the council, we'll know in the next couple of weeks, whether it'll be for all of Maui or just for East Maui. But a number of the council members did in a different committee last week make it clear that their understanding of the significance of how the county could help support DHHL's water needs was determinative in their desiring to see this put in front of the voters of Maui County. Sorry for the long answer to your question.
No, thank you.
Yeah, again, mahalo, Jonathan. So yeah, this is a big one for Maui. And historically, EMI has argued that water is a public trust resource, but they own the delivery system. And so this is where the dispute, the divide continues to occur. And so in your deliberations, and I do support the notion of creating a true public trust resource when it comes to our water. But the reality of the delivery system and what's required to maintain a 100-plus-year-old system, in the deliberations that are occurring, have they done a study on what it would require to actually maintain the system and keep the EMI staff that work that system. Been there 30, 40 years. It's generational knowledge, yeah, handed down from father to son. Sometimes before they even adults, they're up in those areas learning the system. So has any consideration been given to what's required to maintain it?
If I may, Chair, Commissioner Wo, the subject of both the human capital needed and the costs of maintaining it have been the reasons for pause from some of the commissioners, council members in wanting to see this go in front of the voters. I think it is incumbent on the people who are proposing this measure to try and get somewhat of a better handle on those potential things, but to, I guess, further respond. There's nothing that prohibits the county from acquiring, from offering jobs to those employees or producing those systems. You would be eliminating the profit need from the management of those systems. So presumably you would have some efficiencies there. To be clear, the charter amendment, at least the version of it that I reviewed, did not actually mandate taking this over, but actually just simply empowered the council to be able, the county to be able to do this. So.
Okay, yeah, so, in supporting the creation of a true public trust, I guess I just want to connect ourselves to the reality of success, what's required. And what is required is to do a study on how to manage this system that's very old, requires special skill sets and money. So in order for this to succeed, we have to make sure that we can cover those costs, in my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm Jonathan, Andrew, thank you guys for that presentation. I wanted to also express appreciation and to commend all the different counties that are helping out the department. First time I've heard of Councilman Cornel E. Einfeld helping out with the timeshare project. It's commendable. I want to ask you, Chair, recently there's been some initiatives at the council level on Hawaii Island. Resolution some weeks ago, and then a bill about Hawaiian homeland representation on the water board. And I was just curious if that discussion was, they reached out to you or the department, and if you can elaborate on those discussions, if any.
So the councilman reached out to us seeking technical expertise. We testified in support of having a seat on the board. The way it's proposed right now, it's a non-voting seat, correct? I received an email from Uncle Pat, basically opposing the idea because he felt that the department was giving something away, but in reality, we would be at the table and having more than the ability to have testimony, be involved in the discussions. So I put that up to him. Andrew did it very diplomatically. That's where it stands. I'm not sure if they voted on it.
The measure died last week, Wednesday, in front of the full council, 4 votes in favor, 5 against.
So I mean, we've been trying to get seats on all the water boards.
Yeah, I think my main point is really appreciate the county folks really stepping up to help out beneficiaries.
No, it's not asked, but can you just discuss the recent water commission decision on West Maui?
Yes. This past week, Tuesday, the Commission on Water Resources Management, after over a year of meetings and briefings on the science and law of water resources in West Maui, unanimously voted to designate the entirety of West Maui, surface and ground, from Malaya, Oluwalu, essentially, to Honokohau, as a surface and ground water management area. It was initiated by the commission staff who were starting to see certain areas where groundwater was pumping over 100% of sustainable yield and chlorides were rising in wells. It was very strongly supported by Native Hawaiian communities up and down West Maui. At the last minute, fairly well-organized opposition emerged in the last week, and a lot of testimony was generated and a lot of controversy on the hearing last week went from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. with, I think, Chair Case took 3 5-minute breaks over the course of that during testimony, but in the end, the commissioners unanimously decided that it was their duty. I provided testimony consistent with this commission's stance and designation of Y&I that Commissioner Teruya led, that our rights to water are enhanced in two distinct and critical ways in water management areas. First, we can reserve water by rulemaking rather than commission simple vote. And second, all water users have to get water use permits, and those permits are conditioned upon the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So that is the first time the Commission on Water Resources Management, they've had the power under the law to, on their own initiative, designate an area. They've never done so. They tried once in the EL, but stepped back at the insistence of then Mayor, I believe Carvalho, but I might be misremembering. And it's the first time also that they were looking at climate change trends and a much, much drier West Maui. And the first time that they've explicitly said, we need to start handing out permits for future use more carefully in the light of drying climate.
Jonathan, for climate change and the drying up of the planet and Hawaii, do you know what East Maui streams are starting to look like in terms of climate change?
Commissioner, I have not reviewed recent data on stream flows from East Maui streams. The recent data from West Maui streams are that even the last 2 years are seem to be much drier than the longer term trends, which are themselves drying. We generally, the plantations, one thing they did a lot of was they maintained a lot of stream flow gauges and a lot of rainfall stations across the islands. And when the plantations closed, they shut down those. So there's areas where we just don't have good data anymore. And good data funded by the federal government and the Commission on Water Resources Management will help make these decisions a lot easier going forward. But costs about 20 grand a year for a stream, 20, 30 a year for a stream gauge, and a little less than that for rainfall gauges, but it adds up when you want to have them across the islands. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question. So this would affect the stream that goes into Kahoma Valley that's now controlled by Kamehameha Schools, that water?
It includes Kahoma Stream.
And also there's the water that the ditch that flows through Honokowai, which we're trying to develop, which we understood belonged to someone else, that we couldn't acquire that water, so that their ruling should actually assist the department in acquiring additional waters in those areas. Is that right?
We did secure a 2 million gallon day water reservation by commission decision. We will now have to work with the Water Commission to adopt that into rulemaking. It will enhance and further protect our rights to that water that we need for our Honokowai agricultural subdivision.
Because that water just runs right through it.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
The hope with, and hopefully designation will further encourage the parties. The hope is to use water from the Lahaina wastewater treatment plant, mix it with the ditch water, bring the chlorides down, and actually use the water treatment plant water more efficiently rather than injecting it into the ground and having even more water available for agricultural use on our lands and other lands in that part of West Maui.
Thank you.
One correction, David. The water did not flow this year, so that ditch is dry.
Oh, is it? Wow.
So Maui County is having to adjust their treatment plan because that water is not there. They're having to adjust, which may impact us in the future for them.
Sure.
Drying of the plant is having an effect. Yes, Jack.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, thank you, Jonathan and Andrew. And I'd like to echo what Commissioner Awo had mentioned about the Maui County Council. Been doing an outstanding job to address concerns for beneficiaries that, of course, rely on the water that has, that impacts every beneficiary in Maui County and also for the island of Molokai, because they do provide water for some of the districts on the island or Hawaiian homes, as you well know. But my question is that the Uwalapui homestead project, which is the Kuleana concept, is there a possibility of the county addressing that issue regarding providing access to water? Is there anything that you know that you could share with us?
While we're going through the planning process for Uahu'e, we do intend to reach out to the county to look at potential possibilities on water service from their system to service the new homestead lot. We still are doing our research. In 2020, August of 2020, the County of Maui Department of Water Supply filed a water use permit application for additional water from their system. About 20,000 additional gallons for their system just to flush it, because it's a closed end system, so they have to flow the water through to keep the pipes operational. The department requested a contested case hearing on that at the Commission on Water Resource Management. So we tried to start a conversation with Maui County, but after our action, they decided to withdraw their permit. So we still have to talk story with the Maui County. Additionally, at this current time, the Department of Water Supply is also updating their water use development plan for the island of Molokai. So we continue to advocate in that arena as well, to look at opportunities where the department can collaborate with the Department of Water Supply to provide water to our homestead areas, as well as look at opportunities to collaborate on watershed protection with the county, because we all draw from the same cup and we all need to look collaboratively on how we refill that cup.
So are you gonna continue to meet with the Maui County Water Supply? Try to
I think
get them on the same page.
We will try to see what's possible with Maui County. We know that they might have limitations to their system, but we just need to better understand what those limitations are and potential solutions to potentially overcome those solutions, those limitations.
Thank you, Andrew. And just one more final word. I'd just like to say mahalo to our Councilwoman, Johnny Rollins Fernandez, for her outstanding work for this issue. Mahalo.
Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Mahalo nui.
Okay, we'll go back to the public testimony and see if we can get them out of the holding area and into our meeting. My understanding is that Napua and Lisa are in the same waiver. Okay, Napua.
Mahalo, I have better connection now.
Thank you, proceed.
I'll pick up where I left off, which was that Emily Jean Fielding conducted a field. Aloha, can you hear me? I have a better connection now.
Well, if you could turn off your live feed, that would help us with our feedback problem.
That Emily Jean Fielding. Got it. You can hear me okay now?
That's a little bit better. Could you speak a little louder?
Will do. I'll pick up where I left off was that Julia and Kuali'i both mentioned yesterday that the cattle are the most destructive, but there was a report done by Emily Jean Fielding in August of 2003. Her report was titled Feral Goats, People and Land Degradation on the South Slope of Haleakala. And in this report, she confirms that goats are the primary contributors to land degradation in Kahiki Nui. Number two was that Julie Cachola mentioned the 1995 Kahiki Nui Forest Management Plan in her presentation, but didn't put key aspects and historical context of the management plan into frame. Basically, the document outlines the roles of the various organizations of Kahiki Nui as a means to ensure that, quote, protection and conservation goals established for the forest reserve may never be compromised. And the plan reiterates word for word that, quote, management of the forest must come from an organization independent from other community development entities. And that was stated in the plan in order to ensure that the care of the forest could never be compromised by having the community association manage grant funds for it. And so that's why LIFE, Living Indigenous Forest Ecosystems, had caretake the forest for years prior. Kuali'i mentioned that the community has concerns about waste in regards to animal eradication, but Kook was the original organization that permitted Jacob Muse to conduct the animal eradication. And under their oversight, Jacob Muse ended up littering Kahiki Nui with cattle carcasses throughout the forest and various dump sites. And you can find the evidence of this on YouTube if you search Kahiki Nui animal carcass dump site. Kuali'i Kamara is not from the island of Maui and doesn't understand the landscape knowledge of Leeward Haleakala, so I'm unsure as to why he is presenting this presentation about animal eradication project in Kahiki Nui. I'm not too sure if he understands that the lack of water is not in relation to animal populations, but rather corporate water diversions on the leeward slope. I'm wondering why he's presenting on this issue, and I find it a conflict of interest that Kuali'i is the brother-in-law of Jacob Muse, the last outfitter who failed the efforts of responsible animal management in Kahiki Nui. In the presentation yesterday, Kuali'i misconveys that the community partnerships being proposed happened organically. Levi Rita, who's mentioned within the plan, is a known commercial harvester on Mauna Kea and has held other ROEs in the past. As far as concerns over liability, our community is concerned that Levi Rita incurred a DUI in 2019, and we want to confirm whether he even has an active driver's license at this time. I highly doubt that the cowboys are going to do this operational feat for free. The fact that the details regarding overhead costs and how the values of these cattle are not broken down and were not detailed in the presentation is a concern, and this needs to be brought to light because Kook has repeatedly hidden accounting reports in the past. I wonder what will happen to the animals that are being transferred from DHHL ownership to Kook ownership. I'm wondering why Kook is considered a trusted organization, as they have yet to produce accounting reports that were requested 4 years ago and have deflected accountability regarding illegal bylaws ever since. My last point is that I would like clarification on what happened to the Kahiki Nui Temporary Investigative Group that was formed in 2019 after we brought all these concerns to light after the last animal eradication fiasco. Did the commissioners ever produce a report from this TIG? And lastly, I just want to encourage the commissioners to know that Kahiki Nui, the homesteaders have the place-specific experience and knowledge to be able to conduct animal management themselves. We do not need to continue attempting to outsource personnel from off island or out of Moku in order to do this. But we also need to keep in mind that we need to support an organization that's separate from the Community Homesteaders Association, because the original forest management plan had outlined provisions for that to make sure that you could never compromise the care of the forest. That is all for my testimony. Mahalo.
Yeah, I was going to ask you just to wrap up. Was that it?
That's it. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions from commissioners? Seeing none. Lisa Darcy, is she standing by? Lisa, can you speak so that we can hear you? Proceed. Hello, Lisa, can you hear us? Proceed.
Aloha.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
This is actually a coworker of Lisa Darcy.
Hello, Lisa, can you hear us? Yeah, we're gonna have, okay, coworker of Lisa, can you please shut down your live feed and identify yourself?
Aloha, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you identify yourself?
Hi, I'm confused. I don't want to break protocol. I was able to submit a request to make testimony. If Leah might be able to confirm, my name is Faith Chase, but I don't have my own computer and I'm using Lisa Darcy's computer,
Okay,
but I
we
don't want to
do-
mess up the testifier
Yes.
list.
Okay, Faith, we do have a request from you. Go ahead, proceed.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Aloha. 3 minutes, thank you. Aloha, Commissioners. I have been studying the Kahiki Nui homestead for 4 years, and I have grave concern about the presentation that was made yesterday and the ROE that was granted. I am very confused on how the staff from DHHL can support this organization that is under scrutiny because of illegal bylaws. Executive committee has reelected themselves. They haven't made full beneficiary reach. I have come before this commission 16 times. This will be my 17th time testifying to you about this concern. This is my 3rd homestead association that have come into crisis management. I have warned you before that any of the Homestead Association might have some ripple effects. I have advised you saying that we have a long-term relationship, that I actually do care about you folks, that you might need to seek extra insurance because we kind of saw this coming down the line. I have the unfortunate duty to repeat my testimony as I have in the past. I would urge you to relook at the ROE. I echo all the sentiments of the previous testifier, Napua Hu'eo. I do see some positive things happening in Kahiki Nui. There is another homestead association, but quite frankly, at the same time, Cook is under investigation and KHHA is not a bona fide nonprofit yet. So you have 2 homestead associations that are not, they don't really have the bandwidth to make these large decisions for this 44,000 acre homestead. So I would just warn you to slow your roll and to talk to experts in the field. You need science-based. I'm sorry, is this funny? Chair Isla, am I making you laugh?
Yeah, you did when you said to slow our roll. It's
Yes.
not in your place to tell us to slow our roll. It's in your place to provide testimony. So yes, I did laugh.
Okay, well, I'm glad you laughed because I don't want you to be angry. So I apologize for that. But that was a very swift presentation yesterday that moved up on the agenda. And I heard the apologies. I don't know how that got up to the top of the agenda before the public testimony. These guys have this group, Jake Muse, his brother-in-law, they have a poor history of activity. Everybody knows it. I'm really confused on how DHHL letterhead was used and how Julie Cachola is partnering with them when it should come intrinsically from a homestead itself. I don't know how that partnership happens so swiftly. It's very suspicious to me. My concerns remain. I look forward to following this because I have hope. I'm a East Side girl. I was raised on the backside. I will not be leaving. I care about the watershed. I plead you guys to seek advice from science-based, experiential-based knowledge when it comes to conservation and the forest. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, appreciate your testimony and your passion. Faith, are you a beneficiary? Are you in the homestead wait list?
I am a full-time Kahiki Nui resident and I have a lease, and I was actually fortunate enough to have two different homesteaders help during the COVID when I lost my job. And Catholic Charities has assisted me. I'm a commissioner on the Maui County Healing Solutions for Homelessness. I've helped other homesteaders reposition themselves. It's hard. It's hard to come back to the Aina. It's hard to homestead. Off-grid living is difficult. I've helped 5 different homesteaders position themselves with micro ag grants. I'm a sole supporter of farm and ranch building. I'm in it quite deep. I'm actually applying for the job, the DHHL liaison with Maui County with pride. Yeah, I feel I actually helped script the $223,000 grant for the drought relief project for Kahiki Nui. First time in 29 years, Kahiki Nui will be getting water delivery. I'm very proud of that. I'm a full-time watershed grant writer, specifically working on the Leeward Haleakala area. I don't think this body might be aware, but Leeward Haleakala Watershed Restoration Partnership fell on their face and they failed on all their grant deliverables. So while yesterday's presentation lends itself to the partnership with Leeward Haleakala Restoration Watershed Partnership, they are defunct. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that.
Okay,
But I'm here to stay. Thank you for the question.
Appreciate you answering the question. Other commissioners? No, okay, thank you very, very much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. Do we have Lisa? Oh, Lisa, okay. Okay, then I will ask that we take a 10-minute break and then come back and go into the J agenda. Okay, short recess. Minutes.
And one more thing I ask of you. In the order that I'm doing it is evidence 15, 13, 14, and 12. I apologize. So without taking any more time, I'll begin. It has been argued for over 44 years plus that my father, William Kahau Jr., known as the boy from Papakolea, won the Arthur Godfrey ukulele contest in 1950. That he was never awarded a 1-acre lease on January 22nd, 1971, Hawaiian Home Lease Lot 81, Hawaiian Homes Lease number 3781, tax map key 2253, parcel 5 at 2260 Morera Street. On October 9th, 1970, contractor developer Arthur Akinaka submits a subdivision application to combine tax map key 2253 parcel 5 of 1 acre and 2253 parcel 7, 32.88 acres, to re-subdivide and readjust lines into one lot containing 7,732 square feet, parcel 5, and another lot containing 33.70 acres, parcel 7. Tentative approval was granted on November 5th, 1970, with the conditions that the HHL comply with the CZC zoning, which included a 60-foot driveway, curbing, gutters, and fire hydrant. To this day, there is none of that there. However, the requirements of the tentative approval were not complied with, and the subdivision application expired on November 5th, 1971. Therefore, the city has no record of approving tax map key of 7,732 square feet. On November 19, 2001, I met with the Real Property Assessment Division Supervisor, Glenn Sato. This is evidence 13, I'm sorry. Okay. To explain items 5 and 6 on the field history sheet. And all of you should have a copy of the letter by Glenn Sato. You can follow along. In regards to your request for a step-by-step explanation of procedures we follow in working a DHHL memo, attaches a form which was revised in August 1993 with the information required by the tax maps branch. Although this form was not used for the items in question, the type of information sent to us would have been the same. And if the information were not listed on the form, it would be added in under other. After we receive a memo, we check the information given against what we currently show on our records, then make those changes on our maps and history sheets. I have not gone into detail changes because it all depends on what is sent to us. If we find any discrepancies or missing information, we contact the sender and ask them for clarification. As to explanation for items 5 and 6 of tax map key 22053-005, wow. Items 5, on April 30th, 1973, we received a memo from Hawaiian Homeland saying Hawaiian Homeland lease number 3781, dated January 22nd, 71, was re-awarded to William Kahau Jr. over a 1-acre parcel of land in Hawaiian Paua Valley. Item 6 says 1 acre from the tax map 22053 parcel 5 was combined with 32.88 acres of parcel 7. And from that total area of 33.88 acres, 7,732 square feet or 0.18 acre was taken out and given back to 22053 parcel 5 and Hawaiian Homeland Lease 3781 was superseded by new Hawaiian Homeland Lease 3871, effective January 27, 78. For lease rent of $1 annually for a term of 99 years over lot 81, 7,732 square feet. Taxman key 22053-005. Now we go to 14. But if you notice the field sheet, what I did last week, I went down to reconfirm and they certified it that everything that I just said still remains the same. On evidence 14, it's a drafted letter by Mr. Arthur Akinaka. And it reads, please be informed that by letter of February 1st, 1971, we have been awarded the 7,732 square feet lot at the end of Morera Street, together with transfer of loan to this lot for building purposes of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. All of you have the letter so you can follow. It was supposedly written by my father so that he would sign it. No, he was given that on February 1st, or was he given on January 22nd? The next one would be all of the permits. My father was always told, well, you're going to have problems getting permit for 1 acre. If you look at all of this from 69 to 73, it's a 1 acre lot. And according to the Department of Planning and Permitting, the Building Division, you need to bring your lease down so they know exactly where they're building, the size of your lot and everything. And they all say 1 acre. If you look, I'm sorry, if you go to evidence 11, there you will find my father's 1 acre lease, which was hidden from us for many years. It's attached to a letter by one of the commissioners, Jeremy Hopkins. So the department must be talking about another lot, another homestead, or another island, because the 7,732 doesn't exist up or in Papakalel. The only thing exists at 2260 Morera Street, parcel 5, is a 1 acre till today. Now I come before you. After all these years, we waited. It was told otherwise. You now I have nothing written by me, it's all by city and county, telling you that it's still a 1 acre. And that it was superseded by another lease. By 78, my father just finished paying, didn't pay, right? You don't pay taxes, property taxes for 7 years. He's going on to another 7 years, 14 years. I don't think that's right. I don't think what happened is right. So what I just gave you was all in a nutshell. You have any questions? I'll be more than glad to answer.
And so what to provide that background, you're coming to us today. I assume this is new evidence. Because there was a contested case that was held prior to this.
Yes, and I was present there.
Right, and my recollection is the contested case at the time did not result in what you're asking today. So you're presenting new evidence, requesting that the department reconsider the decision. Can I just say that, looking at the lease that you just provided, lease number 3781, there is your dad's signature.
Yes.
There is a signature by Hawaiian Homes Commission Chairman. I can't make it out.
William Among.
William Among.
William Among.
But there's no Attorney General sign off on the document. And normally, I'm assuming, seen all the documents,
Not in
there would be an Attorney General
1971.
sign off.
Not in 1971. It wasn't.
We can go back and double check.
It was only the notary at that time, and both Mr. Among and my dad. On that
Okay, because
particular
this is,
day.
it's the first time that I've seen this. You guys have provided the,
And actually, I'm sorry, I'm Mahilani. I'm his youngest, his younger sibling, my brother, Dane. And actually, if you remember, Bill, I came to see you 2 years ago. And Juan Garcia was sitting in that room. I sat with you for 2 hours and I brought all these documents that you have. I brought it there.
that's attached to this. Okay. Okay, so you're requesting for a reconsideration based upon, I guess you finally found this document. It wasn't available earlier.
Well, in all honesty,
Yes.
I cannot say it's a reconsideration because what Judge Mossman had said, I went over it and over it. He's putting down and
So the commission is at a disadvantage because they don't know what happened prior to, other than my stating that the decision as far as, because this happened long before us, right?
Right.
The decision was not in your favor at the time. Okay, so, I'm sorry, you gotta speak closer. So the decision was not in favor at the time of the original contested case. This is the first time that I've actually seen the 1 acre.
no, it's not. I showed it to you a year and a half ago.
You showed, okay, I'm sure, because this is what I was looking for. You showed me at the time the public notary page.
No,
That's
that
what
was
was
me.
submitted-
That was
what
me,
was
Bill.
submitted
I
to me
came
at
to
the
you the
time.
year before him. I remember I sat with you 2 hours in that room and my sister came.
We went back and we looked for this, but I'm also, okay, so I'm also familiar with, in current times, I don't know how far back it goes, but anytime that the chair would sign, there would be an AG signature on this.
Okay, you can double check that because that's the lease.
Yeah, I'm not
Please,
saying,
please. No,
I'm
no,
not
please.
saying that what you're saying is not true. I'm just saying that we gotta make sure before I ask the commission for reconsideration of this case, because it happened so long ago.
Yeah, and so let me just kind of clear up some things. So currently, there is a 7,732 square feet. That's how my father's 1 acre. That is the only 1 acre, because that 1 acre actually came from Public Law 481, July 9, 1952, that was transferred by the territory to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And so Hawaiian Homelands wasn't using it at all. And so the name of the street is called Morera. And so the woman who had the lease from the territory was Margaret Morera. So her son, who knew my father, Uncle Buddy, told him about this 1 acre. He said, this is the only 1 acre up there. And it was already surveyed by the territory, which we have. It was surveyed by the territory in 1958. What? 58? 1958. And the reason why is because Mrs. Morera, and I have the minutes of that too, went to the Hawaiian Homes and said that she wanted to have a lease there for 1 acre, and it was approved to her. So the territory created that 1 acre. So before my father came in, it was already a 1 acre, and then there was a 32.88. But today, you have a 7,732 square feet, which I went to court 5 times for. My eldest sister took me 4 times, and I won every time through 4 different judges.
There's between the
Yeah.
2 of you though, right?
Um,
And currently
Well,
there's-
that's what I had brought up, and even, what's his name, Francis Apoliona. I mean, they call, okay, my name is Mahealani, but all those who know me a long time ago call me Nina. That's my nickname in Papakale. So we're both born and raised in Papakale, and my mom in 1933. So we got a long history up in Papakale. So all I'm saying is that maybe there's a lot of information that you did not know and you did not see, and we're okay with that. But every single document that we have here came from my father's files. He had 3 files like this. Today you go, he had 1. It's like this. What happened to the rest? But it didn't matter because for the last 40 years that I was going to Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting with my dad and my mom, all those documents, we got it through Johnny Rota, Norbert Cordero, Dan Kelly, all of them. And we went through many, many different, what do you call that, chairmen. And everything got, and there was a fee. I think it was only 5 cents that we were charged. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, I still got receipts.
Correct, but
So
there was a-
everything that
there-
he
there
was
a-
talking about
yes.
was in my father's file,
there-
1970, everything.
So there was a contested case.
I'm sorry?
There was a contested case. It was held. And-
Okay, so let me just share that. At the contested case hearing, I chose Boyd Mossman to sit there because I knew Boyd. And I just figured, okay, we're gonna have somebody that I know who he is. When we went there was my older sister who passed last year, no, the year before, 2020, because of COVID. And so anyway, so my sister, her husband, my brother, and myself, we were there. So what happened is that the first thing I asked is, do you have a legal counsel here? And so they looked at each other, and then
Chair.
one says, and Kip Akana was there, and they
Question.
said that, oh, no, we don't have one. I said,
So.
no, I said, how come you don't have one? And so the reason I need to bring this up is because of the fact that he said he didn't want to come. So I looked at Boyd, I said, Boyd, this meeting is over because we have legal questions we need to ask in this contested case. And then he said, Mahealani, let's just kuka. But when we left the contested case, my sister stayed in there for an hour. 1 week later, I'm living there because I took care of my mom and dad, and they both died in that house. She gives me an
So
eviction
let me-
notice.
Let me summarize for the commission where we're at today. There was this contested case. It was held.
Yeah, so,
You
well,
are-
because you brought up the contested
Okay,
case.
so, but the history is that neither party prevailed from your family. Currently today, I understand there's a succession issue with the 7,000 square foot
Yes.
acre. Okay.
Yes.
But in doing so, the family is making the claim that it's not supposed to be 7,000. It's supposed to be an acre. Understand that? Okay. This is
Absolutely.
the first time that I've actually seen a copy of the lease for the 1 acre.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
So if the request is based on the new information that there be another contested case, I'm trying to understand what your request is.
Okay, so currently, my sister passed away, as you know, and so one of her sons, the lease is under him.
Right, that's a
He's-
succession issue on the,
What I mean, he signed the lease, so it's under him. But when he signed it last year, September, he was already a permanent resident of Vegas, and his permanent employment is in there, so he doesn't live here. He doesn't use that particular place. So from the time my sister moved onto the property and I had to move out in 2013 to today, it's been abandoned. And I brought that abandonment up to Joby and I showed her, I forget, 10-3 something. And, and so that was brought up because nobody was there. And in fact, Francis Apoliona spoke up for me and says, ever since that she left.
okay, so there are
it's been
multiple
boarded.
issues that you're trying to adjudicate right now. I think
Right.
Chair,
Commissioner,
thank you. This is J Agenda what Mahealani and her brother are trying to do are argue their case. I think all you have to do is say you want reconsideration, and then you'll get a contested case, because we cannot hear all the testimony today. It makes no sense
Okay.
for you to provide it. And I appreciate your passion in wanting to provide it to us, but it makes no sense. So what it is doing, but is it's creating some issues, because if you're not supposed to, if you're not supposed to provide it and you are, then people are going to start getting irritated, and you don't want that, because this commission is going to make a decision if you ask for reconsideration. So I hope that's what you're asking for, because I think it gets you where you want to go.
Well, I thank you, actually, Bill, for, thank you for bringing that up.
Being that you're saying that, actually, they go into statistics hearing, so we shouldn't need to be having these docs in front of us, correct?
Correct.
Because
That's why I'm asking what is the ask?
Yeah, that's why the chair was asking.
Yeah, so under the J, it said for discussion, and so that's why I thought we could discuss. I didn't know I was going to be on that line.
Well, I think ultimately what you need is in order to introduce new evidence, you need a contested case. So if the request is for a contested case, then please submit it in writing, and then
Okay.
we'll process it based
Yeah.
on new evidence.
in the Kealana Avenue, that we can enjoy that once again. And I did want to share with you folks that just because in that situation, there's one rotten apple in a family, it doesn't mean that the whole family is bad. I was able to meet the Ayal family, 4 generations, 70-something people. They're really good family. They're heartbroken. When they found out what has been happening there, some of the family had moved to the mainland, they just moved back. They were heartbroken. It was hard for them to hear and digest the travesty that's been happening there for the last 18 years. They were heartbroken. We got to have several meetings with the Ayao family and some of the neighbors there to have ho'oponopono. And they wanted to meet with the community, especially the neighbors, to just ask for forgiveness at all the pilikia that has been going on in the community. So again, I just wanted to just show up and thank you and thank all of you guys for making this a priority. I did want to go on record to say that Uncle Alma Ayao, his 2 remaining sisters that are alive, are wonderful, caring, compassionate, God-fearing people, even their children and grandchildren. I do want to go on record with that. I know that you guys are going to come up with a decision to see what happens, but for the record, Uncle Alma and his ohana, good family, compassionate family, no reflection of that one individual that have been responsible for all the problems out there for the last 18 plus years. So I just wanted to go on record. And yeah, I just hope and pray that your decision as a commission will continue to allow the family to use the home moving forward, because that house will be drug-free once again because of all of you, your love and your leadership. So I just wanted to show up this morning, say that, and thank you for helping us to shut down the drugs, shut down the gambling, all of that in Nanakuli. We don't need that anymore. And hopefully this will be a good example of the great things that we can continue to do together. Moving forward, whatever the decision that you guys make, I hope that I will be able to debrief with the staff. And Chair, thank you so much for your support. I just thank God for you, for Kip, for Juan Garcia, making a time, making us feel like we're not second-class citizens in our own community, that we actually feel valued, we love, we're important. Big mahalo to you and your staff. Thank you, commissioners. And I hope that whatever the decision is, that we can debrief, we can learn from it, especially like our neighbor security watch in the community. And together we can move forward and work together in the spirit of aloha to continue to find positive, productive solutions to problematic situations in our community. So I just wanted to say big mahalo. Thank you all. I really appreciate your leadership, your support. Patty, thank you so much for for just being a champion out there in the community. I just wanted to say thank you guys. My heartfelt appreciation from the families at Kealana Avenue. Beautiful Nanakuli. And I hope and pray that we can continue to work together. So thank you. Malama pono ohiho. God bless and aloha.
Okay, Pastor Allen, thank you for all those kind words. Once the legal process is done, then we can make that information available. Okay, the process is not done. I do want to acknowledge publicly Department of Transportation Deputy Director Ed Sniffen for helping us to move that project along as quickly as there was a confluence of opportunity that allowed it to happen quicker than the normal process. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think if you guys was building the rail, it'll be done already. But thank you.
All right. Take care.
All right. Aloha. Thank you, everybody.
And Stuart was, it's got a.
Thank you, Pastor. Good to see you.
Okay, aloha. Next testifier is Is that Aina Aloha? Decided to come back? Okay. Are you there? No. Okay, we'll go to come back. Okay, so go ahead, Blossom. Okay, stand by, Blossom. All right. Skippy, you're on mute. Unmute, Skippy.
Oh shit, wait, let me turn off my radio. What, you guys can see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, cousins, aloha kaua. You know what, we talked yesterday, so I feel that because I was raised humble, we talked yesterday, I feel I caught it in line, but that's okay. You know what I talk to you guys about? You know what, you guys, too bad. Hey, get out of here. What do you call that you guys is positive to the Kuleana lease. That is to me creative progress. But if you know that the war in Russia and Ukraine, you go shopping now, the freaking thing expensive, big bread. So earlier part this year, I went talk to Miley Shimabukuro, her committee. Hey, you guys still here? Okay. Anyway, I talked to Miley Shimabukuro, and because if you look at the velocity of economics now, the buck are going crazy. You're going pupule. I go shop now for only one person, 4 days, 3 days, $70. But when I went see Miley Shimabukuro, I wanted to move forward the idea of being able to live in on tent and get your lease, 99 years. Because how I look at them, the lease is not for the lumber. The lease is not for the electricity. The lease is for me, the body, the human connector body, But the lease has been so tied down to the lumber, the electricity, the water, and what I mean is it's lost the priority of the connector body that the cocoa resides in. Okay, the lease is to my body, not to whether the lumber is womanized. So if you're looking at the what the world events today, the gas going pupule, price of lumber went nuts. All of these economic picture that we're looking at, the people who live in a tent now, they don't see hope. That's why they're all doing dope, because no more hope. So when I go see Miley, I wanted to, because I got that from Joby. Joby went say they gotta listen to the legislator. Okay, so since you guys come this far with Kuleana, I think we gotta keep stepping, because we cannot only have, if you guys heard me talk for 40 years, I said this already. You cannot only accommodate pretty connectors. Same like in a village now, the ugly people coming. The other day, the freaking guy laughed at me. I like punch his head. We same age, so if we beef, we're gonna die from heart attack, not gunshot. But anyway, what the thing is, they're laughing like my daughter said earlier, because you guys started again. The urgency is real low gear in four-wheel drive. There's no velocity. So all of these are ugly, but they still connect. But they're laughing because there is no what do you call? You guys will stop us from burning the house. But that's the two things I like to talk about. One is the urgency for you guys get in there and get these buggers out, and two, to creatively understand that tent cities for the people who only can afford tent is they're now not gonna be scared from living on the beach and getting the stigma of protein, because a lot of people getting a hard time now who get 2-3 jobs. Yeah? And you guys who sitting there on a chair in the commissioner, you guys not low. You guys understand that as that world we in now, and the ice, what do you call those kind, the ice melting, the forest burning, the price of everything, he still come high. He coming high. Now, abnormally, Hawaiian homes always behind the curve. You know, abnormally or normally, I don't know, but we're always behind because we react. So what I mean is, if you guys can understand, if somebody is poor and they tell you he's poor, you giving the lease to his body, not to his economics. So if he live in 1/10 on the land for 99 years, his body get the 99-year lease, not the 10. So I'm just, you know, I mean, I'm encouraged that you guys don't give us the kuleana. But if I only think about me, it's chicken shit, you know. So if you look on, and you guys, Chairman Isla, I go to your place plenty, you know, and plenty people out there living in a tent. So yeah, I would think if we could take a jump on the Pilikia, we should have tent city leases, okay? And I don't know if Isla, you know as you, but you know, I've been to so many commissioners. It's a blur, you know. But I told them that before, that what do you call the spiritual drive in the person, and if is for help that as rehabilitation, but economics is a different animal. Now, if you look at the way the price of everything now, I like get one job ahead. And then if you make 1/10 city, probably then no more car, probably. So your 10 city gotta be at the end of the bus line, and you give them water. And the toilet, they can copy us in King's Landing. But King's Landing is we get a little bit more drive. And then we gotta grow that drive in the people who know more hope and going to dope. We gotta what they call pump up the value. So this is what I wanted to talk about, you know, I know that brother Kapu, he gonna hit the road, but Kalekini, aloha, he gonna be there. So call me up. And then, but I like to start to create Hawaiian homestay that's applicable to the economics of today. They're not gonna afford, I tell you now, they're not gonna afford. So, and one last thing, you know what? All these years I was on the J agenda, I never knew the bugger was only while out. You know, nothing happened, but I never knew. Lucky my daughter came tell me.
Not 1 hour, 15 minutes. Not 1 hour, 15 minutes.
Hey, come on, you guys. I'm serious. We dying on the waiting list. I mean, we can have fun, that's true, but I mean it now. Because if we're always gonna be behind, the people sleeping on the beach going to grow. That is our people on the beach. But to me, I don't say it's embarrassing or shame that we let them go without putting one hand out. We're leaving them over there and telling them, you know, more money, more better you born 49%. So I'd like to, you know, keep pace with the reality of economics as it relates to our people. And I think that living in a tent, even though he look funny, those people know how to live in a tent. You know, when the storm come, okay, last thing and I power. You know that, you know now get Oklahoma and Kansas City, they get the tornado, eh? You know the Indians never they get hit by the tornado, you know. Or the howlers get dirty liquids. You know what? They don't can move their house. The Indian, when a tornado come, he broke his teepee and he moved. That's the same thing like the people who live in a tent. If they live Hawaiian homes, when big storm come, they just gonna broke down the tent, you know, and let the storm pass. Then they put the tent back up. So anyway, thank you for you guys' time. Brother Ka'apu, I hope to see you again. But anyway, as my manao, for us stay in the front of the curb. Okay, aloha. Aweo.
Aloha.
Any questions?
Yes.
What? Well, I don't can see you.
Well, okay, just pretend. The problem is, I think, and I would agree with you regarding, you know, people living in tents. The problem is that what we've heard before is our beneficiaries say, just give us the land, we know what to do. And then when we've done that in the past, then they turn around and they sue us because they said, no more road, no more water, no more sewer, all that kind of stuff. And so it's kind of a tough position, right? I hear you, and it would make sense because you can get people onto the land, you can give people leases, right, and let them.
We gotta work them. Hello? Did I lose you? Oh wait. Shoot. You know, thank you, Capo. I heard that before, but you know what I mean? I heard, okay, but you know what? When you get flat tire, you don't stop driving the car. You change the tire. You know, you don't just sit there on the road, look at the flat tire and say, shit, the tire flat. What? You gotta change the tire. And same thing like the people. You know, we gotta train them. You know, and then that's why you gotta let me talk to them and explain to them, brother, you can stay there and the police bother you and everybody tell you get off the beach, or you can get your own section, you know, and then you, Julie, tell Julie, I gave her the village A, village B, and village C. Us guys is village C. Because you need a little bit more, what do you call, you need a little bit more drive, and your spirit got to be a little bit more happy instead of gloom and doom.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Okay, brother. Aloha. Thank you for you guys' time.
Okay, Skippy.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Aloha.
Okay, Chairman. Aloha.
Langsam? Oh, okay. Let's so all of those who are waiting for the agenda, we're gonna ask you to wait a little while longer. Sorry. We're gonna take a break for executive session and come back hopefully in about an hour. So I may have a motion to go into exec session.
So moved.
Everybody moved.
Seconded.
Everybody seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. You want to oppose? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, give us a second to Mike, Michael. Kill the mic. Okay. We're going back into open session. Commissioners, we're going back to agenda item F3 and ask for a reconsideration of one of the right of entry renewals, cancellations yesterday. And I want to ask, who do we have, Ryan or Alyssa?
Oh, we have Ryan.
Ryan, I have a quick question. Can the commission revisit a cancellation on the agenda yesterday of a right of entry?
Can I just clarify? Yesterday, Ryan, we had, Kahana presented a list of ROE for annual renewal. There was 3 ROE that were noted to be in default. And the action we took was to approve the renewal of the list except those 3. So it's not that we moved to cancel. In fact, cancellation was kind of in the process already. We just didn't renew this one lease that now I've requested to chair that we renew for good reason. But the question is, can we do that now?
Got it. So under Robert's rules, this would probably be a motion to reconsider. And the motion would have to reconsider the entire agenda item. And essentially, you're reconsidering the item and revoting on the item as you had intended or intend now. What needs to be done in this would be a person who voted on the prevailing side of the vote, which I believe would be all the commissioners. They can make the motion.
Reconsider.
That's you.
So I'll make the motion to reconsider the vote on item F3.
You made the motion yesterday.
No. I don't remember who made the
Right.
motion, but I voted.
No, but Ryan, isn't the motion maker has to bring the reconsideration to the floor?
Not necessarily if the individual lost on the motion, if it was denied. In Robert's rules, it's the prevailing side post, because this is post vote, yeah. So if once it gets reconsidered, then there needs to be another motion, or the motion to be on the floor again. It's basically the motion goes back on the floor, and then you're considering it as if it were, anew.
Got it.
Do we know who made the motion yesterday? So just to avoid any question, are you willing to bring the motion to reconsider the vote we took on item F3?
I'll move to reconsider.
I'll second.
Okay, the issue is, remember yesterday that we had one gentleman come in during public testimony and request some assistance in finding a place for his trucking company because he's been moved out. But then there's been some communication between the ROE holder who is delinquent, which is why we were moving to cancel him. And there's a possibility of bringing the arrears up and then having a subtenant, that gentleman being a subtenant.
Can you? To sublease or subtenant a portion of their parcel subject to Hawaiian Homes Commission approval or chairman's approval, I believe. Yeah.
So Kahana, that's gonna be built into the right of entry?
It's already in the right of entry. It's a clause and it's already listed as one of the conditions.
So it's gonna be specific to that person who came yesterday to
Yeah,
testify?
specific to that person.
Okay.
Thank
They're gonna provide the opportunity for the other company that there'll be a sedlicio
to use a portion, yeah.
To become whole.
Just trying to get this straightened out on the the sublease.
Yes.
Is that under a commercial ROE or is it under any ROE?
I believe it's under any ROE. The draft that I have or our template that we have, I made sure and checked that the condition does provide for a subtenancy. Subtenancy is allowed, subject to the chairman's approval or written approval by the department. This is in the template or the existing, the right of entry, yeah.
And that approval needs to come back to the commission?
No, it doesn't need to come back to the commission. It needs to come back to the chairman, if I read it right.
I think that's something in the new ROE we need to revisit, because
Okay.
that's not the
Bring it
way
back
I
to the commission.
understand the
Okay.
ROEs, because
No
we could
offense
have some
taken.
issues. Yeah.
So, Carla, you hear me? Yep. Just for my clarification, yesterday, we approved the ROEs.
Yes.
With the exception of 3 that was delinquent.
Correct.
But as of today, one of the ROEs that are delinquent is willing to talk to the person that testified he's looking for a place.
Correct.
And they're gonna try to
They're
work it
reaching
out.
contact, yeah.
If they can work it out, maybe that person can bring the
Correct.
ROE holder up.
Yeah.
And then they work on it.
Yes.
That's what this
Yes.
whole
Yes.
reconsideration.
David?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure, I don't have a problem because I think it's, well, I don't have a present problem. I mean, I'm not gonna have a future problem. But my concern is, as long as when we implement the ROE program.
Yes.
Then this person has to go back into the pool of all applicants.
Correct.
So he's not receiving any kind of special.
Correct. If he wants a separate parcel by himself, yeah, he has to go back into the whole program.
No, because we're gonna redo all of them.
Correct.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
So every single ROE, once we institute the ROE program, is gonna be a new one.
Correct.
And so as long as he is going back in along with everybody else, because someone else may bid, he's paying
Yes.
30,000, he may bid 40,000, right? Or whatever.
And that's going to be a task in itself when we redo the whole program again. Considering everybody, looking at inspecting every property, making sure that everybody's in compliance, whoever's not in compliance. Or are we going to just cancel all of them and redo a whole?
Or let them expire and then issue them out in the new, within the new procedure.
Yeah.
Right, so my understanding of the ROEs was that we were gonna, once it was implemented, then everybody is gonna be going through, because they all have to re-up, because there
Yeah,
may
correct.
be beneficiaries who we may prefer to be on the ROE as opposed to these people that have been on there for years. So my understanding was it was open season,
Yeah,
right? for
open season,
ROEs.
correct.
So again, I don't have a problem because I think this guy coming in cures if he cures
The deficiency, yeah.
the deficiency, the department knows that it's gonna collect the money. It provides temporary place for his trucks, and it seems like this would also give him an opportunity to, improve his.
And again, just to make it clear, this is all word by mouth. It's not in writing or anything yet. So he came this morning also. He came talk to me this morning.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem as long as that's the understanding.
Yeah, and Chair, Kana, I just want to, this is a little surprise to me that we allow, subleasing on ROEs. And I'd like to see that in the language, because I think we have to have a discussion on that. If there's going to be subleasing, I think it needs to come back to the commission.
Yeah, I think
not
that-
just be approved by the department.
So that is, I think it is a result of revocable permits, which was a much longer.
Well, even under
hang on.
revocable
Hang on.
permits.
No, hang on. It was, the reason that we have this condition under the right of entry now.
Yeah.
Is because the revocable permits had that ability, because they were longer land dispositions. All the revocable permits were turned into rights of entry.
Yeah, I
and
understand.
That's why it's there now.
I understand that, but even under revocable permits, you're not allowed to sublease.
Yes, you are.
Not at the airport.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a,
Stand corrected.
Yeah.
The clause includes no other use or subtenancy shall be permitted without the express written approval of permittor. So DHHL would be the.
right,
Yeah.
right.
And
So
Okay.
if-
As long as it comes back to the commission, I don't have a problem with that.
So it's very important that if you're concerned about future rights of entry.
Exactly.
Having that, then that should be part of the discussion with the.
For the new program.
project.
Now, the new program will actually be revocable permits, correct?
Correct.
Not gonna be
It'll
right of
be
entry.
converted to,
Right.
correct.
That's
You're
a whole
correct.
different contract, insurance requirement.
It's basically same, I mean, it's under the same HRS statute, 17155. We just term it
Understood.
different, right of entry, and then this one is a revocable. permit, so.
Okay,
And that will definitely come back to the commission
Yeah.
where you can
Correct.
influence what should be in and what shouldn't be. out.
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor, let's do the reconsideration first. The motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? See none. Okay, it's the motion, we're up for reconsideration now, and then.
Of the entire motion, right?
The reconsideration of the motion as it was passed. So the wording exactly as it was passed is now on the floor, the wording from yesterday. So if there are any things that you folks want to amend, then you can make motions to amend now. And then you can then vote on the amendment and then vote on the amended motion. So, but right now, the thing that is on the floor, the motion that is on the floor right now is what was passed exactly as what was passed yesterday. And I know that there are corrections that want to be made, so.
So there should be a motion to amend that to exclude right of entry 636.
Or to include it in the list of.
That's
renewals.
okay, so that's another way to do it.
Yeah.
To include it in the list of approvals.
Renewals, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so the motion should be just to exclude the two, not the one,
Correct,
correct?
correct.
I mean, that's,
That's the other way of looking.
But wouldn't it be subject to this person bringing the
No.
ROE current?
Yes. Or, maybe a
Because
payment plan.
what we heard yesterday is it was delinquent. Yes.
Yes, so we want that delinquency brought forward.
Yeah, I'm asking Ryan.
The motion to
Even-
amend should probably be, because the motion right now is as it was amended yesterday, meaning those three are excluded, so the motion to amend would be to bring back in the excluded party with the conditions that you want. If that makes, so it'd be a motion to amend and you can identify that party or the ROE to bring it back in for approval for renewal with the following conditions, and then you can place the conditions and then vote on that.
Thank you.
so but we don't know what the conditions are because nobody's agreed to. So my concern is that just because the discussion is he wants to bring in a subtenant, but that, is there going to be some condition that he cures the,
That's definitely, yeah.
yeah, so I
Cures the
mean,
delinquency.
somewhere in this, we got to say, just don't bring in a subtenant. The guy pays you $10 a month. It takes you 35 years to pay the arrears.
Yeah,
Oh, we need to see something that says, okay, you're gonna take
My
care of,
suggestion is before any subtenant agreement is made,
Right.
that he become,
comes whole,
becomes whole.
Okay.
Makes whole the deficiency.
30 days, whatever it is. Yeah. Okay.
Are we still discussing?
Yes, we are in discussion.
So I would also suggest we condition upon going forward the consideration that the sub-tenant gets paid directly to the department rather than going through the primary.
Okay.
And then I'd also have the standard requirement that the sub have liability insurance that meets our requirements, provides certificate of insurance with
Yeah, all of that.
additional insured for the department and for the primary.
Okay, you got that comment.
Can I also
Insurance.
add something in that, I think the sub would be responsible for, the cleanup of the lot 636, is that what we're talking about? Is to also be responsible for the cleanup and, that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, I mean, we wouldn't take any cost to the cleanup of that property. Is that suitable for everybody? Is that comfortable for everybody? I think the cleanup shouldn't be us. The subleaser will be, stop laughing down there. But,
It's a Maui joke.
okay, but the subleaser will also be responsible to cleaning up the property with the lessee, and that if any charges would not be, DHHL will be not responsible for any other cleanup charges.
So in this consideration, just a question, in this consideration for bringing Panui back from right of entry 636, say he comes current and a deal doesn't come true. They don't come to an agreement on payment. Do we cancel?
Yeah, we come back to the.
So the condition is for them to have a subtenant agreement with Panui. I'm with Kani Incorporated.
Yeah, we come back and express cancellation.
But if he's cured was the question you raised,
Yes,
right?
if he's cured and he's good, he doesn't want to enter into an agreement. Does he have that right as the permittee to continue? Okay, I'm going to continue my business. I don't want to enter
Because
into
we're
requirements
renewing his
based on this condition.
his ROE, which then allows the sub leasing to go on. I don't know
Sure.
about. Yes.
Hana, you know, the subleaser that's gonna go in, what would be his fee?
That's the arrangement that they would have to make. We
From-
don't have any yet.
From
And
the
they
guy
will come
that-
back to us and show us what the arrangement is and we give the, okay.
Because right now, the guy pays supposed to be 20,000 a year, right?
Correct. And it's gonna go up to 21,000. Because there is an increase. Everybody's gonna get an increase this year.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's the request was to include the cost of cleanup based on the sub. I don't know that that's very attractive for the sub. Right, because he doesn't know what the cost of cleanup is gonna be.
How extensive would the cleanup?
Again, just by discussion.
You gotta speak up.
Again, just by this, oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry, back online. So the question for the record was, how extensive is the cleanup? I don't know what the site actually looks like.
I haven't seen it. I don't know what the cleanup cost would be, but by my speaking with the gentleman yesterday, in fact today, he was willing to do whatever cleanup he needed to do at his cost.
Okay, so in that blanket statement, does he have any idea what it might cost him?
I think he does.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but he said he has equipment and he'll do whatever is necessary. And making sure that he could get some type of arrangement or some type of subtenant arrangement with the current right of entry tenant.
Okay.
Yeah, that's his business. He hauls construction cans
Right,
that they
right.
use for refuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kana, I just think that in that agreement, the sub agreement, that we make sure they include any environmental damage and they decide who's gonna pay what, just so that we're covered.
Right.
And then that should be supplemental enough moving forward.
That captured, I think it's captured by the record for the motion. All right, are we good?
Commissioner Kalekini?
Are we gonna call for the vote, or I just wanted to make one brief comment?
Yeah.
So why don't we just cancel the guy and let the other guy get the?
Because we don't have this process in place. Okay. We have other tenants, other
people who expressed
Okay.
interest same way.
Okay, no, enough. Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't want to make it a long discussion.
Okay, so.
Thanks, Carl.
All those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Is that
No, you gotta vote that amended motion.
okay?
Now the motion is amended, so essentially what happened at this last vote was that the ROE that was excluded yesterday is now included, subject to, I counted 3 conditions. And just to reiterate, just to correct the record, and I think Kahana reread the form ROE, but typically ROEs do not allow subtenant and assignment. So this ROE would be conditioned on the potential allowing subtenancy. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, right. I can send you that template that we have.
Okay.
That's where I got it from.
But,
Thank you.
But Ryan, with an MOU agreement to some of these conditions as stated, what the commission brought to the table.
Yeah. So, I mean, that would be allowable. It's part of the transactions process. You can include or exclude these types of things, so it's fine.
William.
So are we?
William.
Voting on the main, sorry.
So I'm kind of fixated on what you just said, Ryan. This subletting is not something that we typically allow. So what are some of the concerns as a commission that we should think about as we move toward approving something that's not typically allowed? Oh, we already approved that. I'm sorry, not paying attention. Well, the question is getting caught up to the action just taken, so.
Before it gets any more complicated, I know that Kahana is looking for.
That one condition, I mean, the template that I have, gives us that one condition, number 2, which I had read earlier. Again, I'll read it again.
Sorry.
So condition number 2 reads, no other uses or subtenancies shall be permitted without the express written approval of permittor. Permitted use shall comply with all applicable governmental laws, regulation, rules, and permitting requirements pertaining to such use.
Okay, so using that clause, Ryan, you're okay with this one? Going forward, we'll have to review.
Yes, and I was just referring to the typical, template language that I've seen regarding no assignment or sublease. But like I said, in transactions, these conditions can be taken out, be included, and it seems like the typical prohibition in this situation is being amended and changed for this set of facts, and that is fine.
So to complete our task, do we need to vote on the main motion? Or did we, okay, so we do.
Yes, so now the amended motion is before the commission, and there's going to have to be a final vote to approve the amended motion.
One more, just to confirm the conditions. One was to be current, because the current tenant becomes current on their delinquency. 2 was that subtenant pay directly to DHHL, their rent. And number 3 was the cleanup of the property be done by the subtenant.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll. That should be taken care of.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So I will so move.
Second.
Then second, there's no further discussion.
Oh, there is.
Oh, there is, okay.
So there's several motions, right? So,
No, only one.
well,
The
this
other one
late,
is all-
yeah, so this latest motion, I still want to raise the question, if this is not typically allowed in a right of entry, Ryan, is there anything we should be concerned about or thinking about?
Regarding concerns, I would ask to discuss in exec session. because that regards concerns regard liabilities. And we're in open session right now.
Yes, I want to request we move into exec session to discuss the question just asked of you. Thank you.
Second. Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none. Motion carries. We're gonna go into exec session after a second. You gotta clear the virtual room.
You gotta repeat the motion.
That's good practice. We'll go back and. Because we in open session. All right, thank you, Michael. We're going to have to reconsider, we need a motion to reconsider the vote yesterday on agenda item F2.
We've already done that.
There's a motion on the floor, Chair.
Open now. Can't do it in exec. We have to do it open session.
Chair, we, that second motion.
Right.
Was made before we went into exec.
Correct.
So we went into exec as part of the discussion.
Exactly.
Because the distinguished gentleman from Maui had very good questions to share. Thank you.
Right.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed that too.
No.
Right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I just want to make sure
Thank
that
you.
we're-
I don't-
Sorry. I want to make sure that we're on the right motion. So the right motion right now, because we've already gone through the motion to reconsider, is the motion to amend or the motion to approve the amendment. Just, I'm asking for some guidance.
The motion that is currently on the floor is the amended motion that would be to renew the ROEs as listed, except for the two that were excluded. And with the third one that was brought back in, subject to the 3 conditions that were provided.
Thank you, Ryan.
I second it.
Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor right now. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Kahana. Thank you, Russell. Main motion. I thought we voted on the final motion. Let's get Ryan to confirm.
Yes, the agenda item is Paul.
Okay. No one can say that we are not. complete.
Thanks, Kana.
Thank you. No one can say that.
On the second meeting.
Okay. Okay, well, let's move to, all right, Blossom. Okay, open session, Blossom, thank you for your patience. She's muted. You are muted. Blossom, please unmute.
Hi, aloha. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I wanted to thank you for taking your break after Mr. Ioane. It gives me time to get my thoughts together. It's very difficult to follow him and giving testimony. So mahalo for that.
It's true.
So for the record this afternoon, Mr. Chair, my name is Blossom Pitera. I've been a beneficiary advocate for applicants on a wait list as well as lessees for over 30 years. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments on several items today. One of them is item C2 on your agenda. Well, I understand this is just your agenda. Some of the comments and in your strategic plan gives me a little bit of pause, when, particularly when we're talking about subsidies. So subsidies can be short-term or long-term. Given the history of the legislative allocations yearly, I would recommend that when you look at the applying mortgage subsidies particularly, that it be a one-time deal so that there's no doubt in the future when those subsidies run out. One-time payment is always a good thing. The second item I want to talk about is under item H1 on your agenda, is to request that you consider reinstating that homestead services position on Maui. I know that my commissioner had brought it forward yesterday, but I just, as a beneficiary who uses the district office services, I'm greatly disturbed that since the removal of that position, the level of services in our office has decreased dramatically. Particularly when when Sharice cannot be in the office for one reason or another, our district supervisor is left to man the office. And if she's unable to do that, the office is closed. And so we really do need that third position back on Maui in light of all of the homestead activities that are happening on our island. Which brings me to the next item that I want to speak to is, and we're now calling them empty leases. And what I'm talking about are leases that have already been awarded that remain empty for 20 years or more, particularly in Keokea and in Kahiki Nui. We have thousands of people on our wait list for Maui. And if the people that are holding these leases don't want them, then can you please take them back and give it to the beneficiaries on the wait list that do want them and understand their kuleana to move it forward. Yesterday, there was some talk story about some activities that Hawaiian Community Assets is conducting in the community. And I wanted to give the commission a little bit of background and the reason why we decided not to engage the department or the commission yet. So when we're looking at this massive amount of money that's coming to the department, we also understand that there is a timeline that we need to have to work within. So for the department, they need to concentrate on getting the projects up and running and moving forward. We also know that a lot of the delays that happen in the process, particularly when it comes to beneficiaries, are not the fault of the department. The department is doing the best that they can, but there are other outside entities and activities that are having an impact on the beneficiary's ability to move forward with the department. And so what Hawaiian Community Access is trying to do is to identify what those barriers and challenges are for the beneficiary in relation to mortgage readiness, construction loans, permitting, the high cost of putting in a Department of Health certified IWS. And so we are talking with not just the beneficiary leaders across the state, we're also talking to the building industry, to the lenders, as well as to the counties. And so once we get that information together from them to identify what the barriers are, we will be able to lay out a strategy that can help the beneficiaries understand what the process is, how to move forward more efficiently, and align themselves with the development projects as the department moves forward. And so this is no disrespect to the department and their hard work, nor is it disrespect to the commission. But we believe that beneficiaries have a role in becoming successful with the department. And so we're trying to just figure out what those challenges are and what can we do to mitigate them and move everybody forward. So I also wanted to talk briefly about the commitment of beneficiaries statewide to the department and to ourselves. We have taken great advantage of all of the trainings and opportunities that planning has provided to us, particularly in water. And if you look at the attendance of the water meetings, particularly when it comes to department activities, you will see a host of beneficiaries not only attending, but testifying in support of the department and those actions that can meet the needs of the beneficiaries. So that's just one small part of the effort of beneficiaries that we are attempting to move forward on our own behalf. And so commissioners, once again, I see that Commissioner Ka'apu is not at the table, but I did want to again wish him well. We're especially going to miss his very wry sense of humor at the commission table. And so, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sorry that you guys are going to have another long day, but mahalo much for all the work that you do for us.
Thank you, Blossom. Thank you, Blossom, especially for your efforts on with the county council and the mayor. We do appreciate the assistance and the kokua as we all move forward. I would also say thank you for the explanation on what the Hawaii Community Assets is trying to do. From the email, it wasn't clear. So I do appreciate your clarification and wish all of you good luck on coming up with possible solutions for us.
Oh, we intend to.
All right.
Thank you, Blossom.
Welcome.
Aloha. Okay, next agenda item is Lillian. Yeah. Michael, do we have her in? Lillian? Yeah. Lillian. All right, I see her. Lillian, you are muted. Can you please unmute?
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha. How was your lunch? Aloha. I come from Hilo, Hawaii. I'm Nani Kaeha. I'm muted. What's that? Aloha. Hang on.
Yeah, can you turn off your live stream so we both don't get the feedback?
Aloha kako. My name is Lillian Kaeha, but people know me as Nani. I'm the president of the original Panaewa Hawaiian Homelands Community Association. And we've been established since 1983. I'm a native Hawaiian. I moved here in Hilo in 1973. So I've been here almost 40 something years. And I have a special request. I think we only have two requests. One of them is we're requesting the commission to put an end to this moratorium to reinstate our original Panaewa Hawaiian Homelands Community Association. We have made several attempts to solve the issues in 2018 with Kauai Alameda, and on all attempts, she either did not show or did not agree to resolve. We have legal representation, documentation, and witnesses to prove that we have done our due diligence. It's been 3 years, and due to the COVID, we haven't been doing that's what activities in Panaewa. Our association has concluded that we cannot resolve this if the other party refuses to join us. Therefore, the default of the other party, the moratorium should be resolved, and we, the original Panaewa Community Association, should be restated as the rightful association with DHHL. Chairman Isla and the commissioners, our association nonprofit is being unnecessarily penalized for the actions, or should I say, the lack of actions of another, and we're tired of all the games that you folks are playing. It's time to close this chapter and move forward for the sake of our community beneficiaries and families. Our second issue is Kamoleao. I joined the association in 2010, and I spent all those years up to the present time to go over the Kamoleao DHH plans. And due to the support of Andrew, he's helped us to develop and come to a final plans for Kamoleao. On May 20th of last month, I submitted a formal complaint to the East Hawaii District Office, in which you, Chairman Isla, responded on the same day with an email saying, I will consult with staff in response to your complaint as a review. Since then, I have not heard back from you on the findings. As of today, trespassers are still on Kamalea property in which we included a nonprofit arm, Whenever Community Alliance, have held the license for Kamalea since 2016. These trespassers and the illegal activities have altered us from our development plans at Kamalea, and that has set us back for our environmental assessment from PBR. In our experience, it is blatantly clear that we are dealing with a person who refuses to comply with any rules or regulations. Mayor Island, could you please give me an update on what's happening with my complaint and what the next steps will be?
Okay, Lilia, that response will be coming to you, I think, in the next week. We recently received some advice from Attorney General's office on the questions that you asked. So in about a week, we can turn that around to you.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, I was listening to today's testimony, and you folks are talking about subleasing. Did you allow subleasing for Kamalea to how is illegal organization?
We didn't announce anything.
No, I'm asking if you did allow how is organization subleasing of Kamalea. I heard that they were building what was that? 2 emus. But and then they use the machine to clear certain areas, and the person who running the machine didn't even have a construction license.
Okay, well, we will respond in writing. I can't tell you now.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and consideration. You guys have a nice day.
Okay, mahalo, Lilia. Next testifier is Kawilani. Kawilani. Oh, you're muted.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I muted again.
Can hear you now.
Oh,
You're good. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. You went back into mute mode.
okay.
Okay. Now you're
Okay, are
good.
we there?
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, aloha. Before I start, I'd like to just say mahalo nui to Commissioner Ka'apu for all that he's been, that all he gave to the beneficiaries of the Hawaiians. You know, it's been a long journey. We've just appreciate all of you actually for doing all this hard work and decision making on behalf of our beneficiaries. And we continue coming to these meetings, hearing more of that as well. And so to all, even the leaders in all the associations, mahalo nui for all your time and efforts to move this program into what it's become. And it's really to this day, since I've been coming to these commission meetings, I have only seen so much movement of positive movement. And I just want to say mahalo to all of you. Aloha, there is excitement in the air in our homestead. Miki Iwane said at our last neighborhood watch meeting, the key word is community, the coming together in unity, his definition of come unify. To do this, we put up a 20 by 40 tent at Kamoleao to act as our initial gathering space. It's called Hale Halavai, which has grown to be known as the think tank. This hale is located at 4 corners, a 4-way stop intersection where most times everyone who uses it is forced to use it with aloha. Many homesteaders and outsiders have stopped and left their email addresses to be added to our volunteer list. You've seen our Hale Halavai and our monthly newsletters and know most of what we do and where we are going as a homestead. In April, we ratified amendments to our PHHLCA bylaws, are in the process of establishing a nonprofit called Paneva Homestead CDC. We registered with the Department of Interior as a recognized HBA Homestead Beneficiary Association, as well as in January, the general memberships members voted that all WCI 30,000K annual restricted funds go towards the Kupuna Legacy Kamoleao project as it was intended. Our immediate need is to request the DHHL grant or have access to the YCAS community benefit contribution that is in the account of 150,000. We would like to ask for 40,000 for the following. Priority funding request is for the 5,000 IRS processing fees to establish the nonprofit fiscal sponsor of our own. The IRS 501c3 application is almost complete for Paneva Community Homestead CDC. The financial stability, I have 5,000. The application fees for the 501c3. EMU project, we need 14,000 for the bulldozer to finish the work. 15,000, 20 by 40 food handling, open structures, sinks and tables. 3,000 water installment, turn on supplies for transmittal, first couple bill payments. 3,000 startup of intergenerational reforestation project or put to unforeseen expenses to complete EMU project. A PHHLCA received a 2,500 donation from an anonymous donor to pay for the excavator that would give us access. In our research development stage, we want to survey the survival of Kamoleao's native plants listed on our 1995 survey done by our Summer Fun Youth. The 1995 survey was part of the 10,000K Ulunani grant from the State Forestry Division to provide data, documentation of existing native plants in Kamoleao and a development plan to increase its existence. In 1995, as part of the Forestry Ulunani grant, a 2,000-foot walking trail was constructed. That trail is still accessible. I'm telling you this information because we hired the excavator person initially to go in to check the 1995 trail that we had made and also to check to see if all of the we had tied ribbons to all of the native plants inside of that forest area. We are aligning our partnerships with state forestry again, UH Extension Services, private owners, Greenwells Botanical Gardens. We will also go off island if necessary to find seeds and or cuttings to reforest using native plants that used to occupy the forest from top canopy to underbrush. Ohi'a tu hapu'u tu lawa'e. The ongoing Paneva Homestead Community Programs Research and Development, we've talked to Brookfield parking lot usage. In a meeting last month with Hawaii Island Councilwoman Sue Lilo and Dan Kea, Brookfield Property Manager, we discussed access to parking spaces currently available for our use. He explained that the County of Hawaii requires Brookfield to provide X amount of parking spaces for overflow. Therefore, he had about 100 spaces extra, of which 20 would be able to, we'd be able to access 20. County of Hawaii Parks and Rec, we are currently working with PNR Deputy Michelle.
Kawi, could you?
Yes.
Okay, so the J agenda is an opportunity to bring up concerns. If you want to give a report on what you've done, then I suggest that you put it in writing and submit it, and I will make sure that all the commissioners get it. What new issues are you bringing to the table? You mentioned a request for money so that you go through Gigi and the grant application process.
Okay, so what it is that I have numerously called land management and planning to discuss the Kamoleao plan, and I don't receive any kind of callback. So I would be actually trying to get this report to you through them because it's dealing with Kamoleao, but I have not had any phone calls returned. And
Okay,
so I'm bringing it to your attention because this is the only venue that actually allows me to talk to you directly.
So the Kamoleao plan, right now, there are two lessees to that
Correct.
property.
PHHLCA and PCA.
Correct. So you folks should have the discussion amongst yourselves about the plan, come to some sort of agreement, and then together come to the commission for assistance, for approval of anything. So it doesn't make sense if two organizations come to us with different plans. It just doesn't make sense for us. It's not productive.
The thing is that I wanted to state clearly that PCA is nothing else except a fiscal sponsor. So they're not a determining factor whether or not the community PHHLCA.
They're a lessee, they're co-lessee.
Right, but they are
co-lessee.
just fiscal sponsors. Therefore, PHHLCA refers their plans and stuff like that. And they, in fact, help us manage the project financially. They are not the ones that are in charge of telling us what we can and cannot do.
For the purposes of the lease on that property, the two of you have to co-manage that property. And it's best that you co-manage it in a way that is positive.
Oh, no, I'm very, very, very positive in moving in that direction. That is why the last meeting, we had to ask your assistance because of this other group, these guys calling themselves the original PHHLCA.
Okay, so what is the ask? But the ask has to be outside of getting permission to do something without the other groups, without PCA's agreement on the property. Otherwise, you guys are the two co-lessees, so you guys have to work it out. Co-licensees, sorry. So you have to work it out. We're not going to play referee on that one either.
Well, I'm not asking the department. In fact, actually, I'm asking the department to actually stop interfering in the sovereignty of our association.
We're not interfering. We're waiting for you guys to work it out.
2019, you interrupted in the sovereignty of the association's elections. Mr. Kahana sent me an email. The email pretty much said that he accepted a claim. He accepted a claim that was given forth by some people. I don't know who they were. They didn't sign their names to it. And then from that point on, we waited until May of that year, sir, and to wait for the minutes of the meeting that had occurred in 2018 elections. As soon as we got that letter in May of 2019, we went to Waimea, sir, and we made the report that in fact, I submitted a submittal from the people that attended the meetings, that attended that meeting, the election meeting, and voted me in as president. The question was never on the committee, on the community level, that whether I was the president. I have been the president since 2019.
We've covered this ground. We've covered this ground already. Commissioner.
So let me just give
hang
something.
on, hold on. There's a question. Commissioner Mike.
Yes. No, I just wanted to clarify. So today, so there's two licensees, Kahana, at Kamoleao, PCA and PHHLCA. And from the department's perspective, we have the certificates of good standing, PHHLCA, which is with Kawi and the group that the paperwork I shared too. So what the chair, I believe, is trying to say is that for Kamoleao, because there's two less licensees, those two licensees have to work something out. So PHHLCA, you, PCA, whomever that is, still need to come together in some form or fashion. Otherwise, we talked a little bit about it on G2, on the grants in aid, where we're going to look for legal help.
Well, correct.
On trying to get funding released. So that would address what you just mentioned, asking for some funding. So there's there's an ask with the Attorney General or with our attorneys to help us out. And how do we work this out?
For the
Okay, so-
existing,
For
for the past funding in the GIA.
Yeah.
And for the funding that.
Community benefits. Yeah.
Right, that's sitting on the side, two pots of money. Now, as I said, LCA is also eligible to apply for the grants that are coming up in the current grant cycle in November. Okay, so you have that opportunity also while we talk to the attorneys about the other two sources of funding, the GIA that is long time standing, hasn't moved, and then the community benefits package, which is also tied to PCA. So, I mean, we're going to look into that. I can't tell you what the answer is going to be, but in the meantime, if you want to apply in the current grant cycle with us as PHHLCA, you're entitled to do that.
Okay, so then let me just ask this. So I am the president of the PHHLCA according to DCCA, correct? That is
Yes.
what that is what the commission is accepted.
Yes.
Therefore, I would like to just say that we are not cannot, but we've been trying to work with PCA. And therefore, what we found out from working with PCA and looking at their history of working whatever they did in their lifetime of 6 years or whatever, 5 years. I don't feel that we can, because they're not experienced enough to run a 501c3. Therefore, we're asking that that's why we're asking for the 501c3 application fee from the department or from the community benefit contribution, because we would like to establish our own.
Okay. Yes, you are able to go ahead at this moment and create your own. However, there are legal arrangements / contracts that were made with PCA for those other two sources of funding.
And that
The
is my
grant in
question.
aid, hang on, the grant in
quantum of
aid, hang on, I want you to understand this clearly, the grant in aid and the community benefits package, and we can't move on them until we get some legal advice.
Okay,
Okay?
so.
So if you're asking us
how
to
long
move on them, we can't until we get some legal advice.
So how long am we're gonna wait? Because.
As long as it takes. I can't tell you it's
Okay,
gonna be a
so-
month or 2 months, because I don't know what the AG's schedule is like. We'll try to get it as quickly as we can, so that's the answer.
Okay, so we can guarantee right now that nothing is gonna move, no money's gonna move until both parties are understanding of that.
That would move it
understanding of
quicker.
it?
That would move it quicker, but, okay, so I explained to you what the commission asked me to do, which was to go and check with the attorneys on the standing of a nonprofit when in fact there are these long periods of time where no action has been taken. Did you want to add anything, Mike?
No, I was gonna say, I'd be happy to follow up from time to time with our attorneys.
We can include.
Mahalo, Mike.
Okay.
Okay, that's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly E. Oh, do you have a question? Sorry. Awesome. No question. Okay. Kelly E. Okay, going to Emmett. Emmett Freitas. Is that you, Emmett, holding the dog? Okay,
Say hi, Mochi.
all right. Go ahead, proceed.
Okay. Well, forgive me for being nervous. This is my first time. Here we go. My name is Emmett Freitas. I grew up in Oahu, in Eva Beach. As a child, things have happened and I ended up moving back to Maui where I found my roots. I am a Kahanu descent and I find myself with a life change that happened a few years ago. I'm sure everybody is kind of familiar with it. COVID happened and I yearned for a different lifestyle. And we came out to the property to start a pig farm. And here I am today asking you guys for doing a presentation. So do we have the presentation for them? Can I share my screen?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Oh. So I'm just okay. So on our ranch, we have a few farm ranch success situations that we think envelop and address a lot of situations. I myself have done husbandry, rotational grazing, soil remediation for fire mitigation, farming, food security, homestead, house building, water, grant, and I have done this myself with the truck listed here in this photo, not with tanks. It's kind of a little. We did water delivery and the water tanks to need of water. In a lot of cases, a lot of these don't have access to how we're doing it. So we kind of just said, hey, look, we're bringing water. Why don't we bring water? And that kind of we ended up doing that. Crossbreeding 20 pigs is what we did with the Hawaiian Razorback. And we also have chickens, turkeys, rabbits, and I believe there's turtles too. We also do rotational grazing. In this photo here, this is our first one that we started. We have actually graduated to 5. It's not shown in this photo here, but rotational paddocks to help build and soil resiliency. Grazing is proven to assist with fire mitigation at the same time. So here we have soil remediation, remediation and fire mitigation before and after comparisons, the hydrophobic soil. And then after with the animal rotation, we have the treated pH balanced soil, which is a lot more darker. Soil samples pre and post examples of sequestering water and carbon. Depositing carbon allows the land to absorb water. The reason the land is disseminated is because the forest was destroyed. Managing the cattle will help in building the soil, working on active rotational grazing programs with cattle and grazing can provide 2 feet of soil a year. Samples pre and post, example of sequestering water and carbon. Depositing carbon allows the land to absorb water. The reason the forest was destroyed. Managing cattle will help in building the soil. Working on active rotational grazing programs with proper cattle management, rotational grazing.
Emmett, can I ask you a question? Are you speaking to agenda item? What agenda item are you speaking to?
Exactly understanding the question.
I'm trying to understand the tie-in. You have Kahiki Nui and you're doing a presentation. So what is? All right. Emmett, can you hear us? You're on mute. Emmett, can you hear us? Emmett, you're muted and we have a very bad connection. Can you hear us? Emmett, I'm gonna ask because of the poor connection, if you could forward your PowerPoint presentation and I will make sure that you have it. Okay, so we have your PowerPoint presentation. We have many folks waiting to testify. Yeah, so we have your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, so Michael understand that. Okay.
What I'm gonna do
so
is-
I've been standing here doing. You guys
Can
haven't
you-
been watching on the other side. Okay.
Yeah, can you stop? Our connection is not good. So what I want to do is I want to let you know that we will make it available to the commissioners, but if you could just wrap up what it is that what are the points that you want the commission to take away from your PowerPoint? You got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
So,
Emmett. Okay, can you send him my request in the chat so he can read that and then we'll take the next person.
no, real quick. Format goals that I believe help address a lot of the stuff that everybody's been talking about today. I've been watching and there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. The farm ranch goals that we have, you guys have these. Build strength in local food projects that provide food sustainability, healthy food production, and economic opportunity. 2, provide habitat for local wildlife species of concern. 3, improve the environmental and economic performance.
Emmett, this is great, but are you going to offer these services to beneficiaries? What is the ask?
Yes, the idea is to spread and to copy and hopefully the success that we have had on our farm will spread to others.
Okay, then
So I'm
I
asking for
encourage.
funding.
Oh, okay. Put your request in writing and be ready to apply for the next grant cycle. And I will make sure that Leah, remind me that we get his information over to Gigi. Okay? All right, thank you, Emmett.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
What's going on?
All right, aloha, brother. Next testifier is Kikoa Inamoto. We have entrepreneurial beneficiaries.
Yep.
She's next. That's fun. Who is this? Kikoa, we can see you.
Aloha.
There you go. Okay, proceed.
Happy first day of summer today. I am Kikoa Inamoto of the Valley Isle, a 36-year lessee, a Waiahuli homesteader, and a veteran homelands advocate. In the latter role, I serve as president of the Maui Lanai Mokopuni Council, and I chair the nonprofit beneficiary organization Pa'upena Community Development, Inc. I would like to advocate concerning 3 items: for undivided interest lesseeship, for a Maui project manager, and on Pa'upena's 2-year due diligence right of entry or ROE to an upcountry lot. First, I support undivided interest lessee designation for beneficiaries waitlisted for an estimated 1,073 West Maui homestead parcels, including 573 residential lots and 250 subsistence ag lots at Honokawai and 250 Leali'i 1B residential lots. I respectfully ask that DHHL grant the respective undivided interest leases in West Maui next year to ensure Hawaiian Homes entitlements for current waitlisters, and in the unfortunate case of their death, these entitlements for their successor beneficiaries over the next 7 generations. Second, the Pu'unani Hawaiian Homestead Association held its monthly Zoom meeting last week, Monday. At that session, Stuart Matsunaga and Everett Dowling's project engineer, Darren Okimoto, indicated that the planned Pu'unani Homestead subdivision for permitting and other reasons is 2 years behind on its development timeline. Stuart indicated that he serves not only as DHHL Land Development Division interim administrator, but also as project manager for this development. And he added that his department has 5 staff vacancies. With more than 1,370 homestead lots in the pipeline on Maui, I would like to request that the Valley Isle have its own on-island project manager for current and future homestead developments. Indeed, I have a qualified person in mind for the position. Third is an update on the archaeological survey due diligence for the 127-acre Keokea Waiahuli Homelands tract, for which Pa'upena has an ROE. Aina Archaeology Principal Archaeologist Tanya Lee Gregg reported yesterday, quote, "We are currently writing up the field findings and making sure our GPS data and findings are clear and consistent. Aaron Trumbo needs to go back up and check on 2 sites to verify some field information. I'm shooting to get a rough draft out by the end of next week," unquote. So we anticipate a site visit with an archaeologist in a week and a draft report in 9 to 10 days en route to applying for a long-term lease to the parcel. In conclusion, I am advocating for West Maui undivided interest leases for 1,073 beneficiaries, for a Maui project manager, and on the light at the end of the 4-year due diligence tunnel for Pa'upena's upcountry ROE. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Kikwa. That was
Mahalo.
brief but informative. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Oh, question from Commissioner.
Mahalo for testifying today. I want to acknowledge along with you that Maui has quite a few projects. And so my question is, in advocating for program manager for Maui, would you also want to advocate for filling all 5 positions that are currently vacant?
Absolutely, Commissioner. We just had a vacancy of a staff member in our DHHL Paukakalo office. Jane had been there for 41 years and her position is vacant right now. And so, of course, I understand. At our Mokopuni Council meeting this past Thursday, it was mentioned that there are approximately 81 vacancies, or that was my understanding in the department. And I think this is it's pretty remarkable because the department is trying to serve our beneficiaries statewide. And so, yes, Commissioner, I advocate for the filling of Maui positions and the filling of all DHHL positions to facilitate the work that Stuart's doing and that every department is doing. I know we're, I heard that we have approximately 4.4 unemployment rate, which is not out of the ordinary, but I would encourage us to fill the positions as necessary. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, as Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I would just add for the record that, yes, we hope to have the funding released for those positions July 1st, and then it'll take a while to fill the positions, but we're happy to have the positions. It's not going to happen overnight, so I want to just introduce realistic expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Isla. Mahalo.
Robin. So, Annette. Bailey Ho. Yes, there we go. Okay, Sean. Annette, can you hear us? One more time, Annette. Okay. All right. All right. Can you unmute so that we can hear you?
Unmute. There you go.
Aloha.
Okay. Aloha.
My name is Matthew Kaili Ho, and I'm a resident of Paukukalo Homestead. And first of all, I would like to thank you all for listening to what I'm about to say concerning my house. I want to ask for your folks' kokua in helping me to get some funding so I can build my house, because the foundation of this house is unsafe and it's uninhabitable, and the roof is all termite infested. The floors are not safe to walk on. When I walk on them, there's some holes that you can see through the bottom. And it's unsafe for me and my family. Plus, I am a kupuna. And so I'm asking for your folks' kokua and your folks' help. Whatever way you folks can help me. If there's any resources out there that I can access, or who do I see or ask for help?
Okay, Matthew, we do have potentially some NAHASDA funds available. However, I'm asking Lehua to double check the staff submittal in the NAHASDA work plan, because I believe we identified the older areas that we would make monies available for. So I'm going to reach out and have either Lehua Kanilao or a staff member. We have your contact information. They'll be reaching out to you. I've been told that they have already reached out for you and they're waiting for you to provide some information. So if you haven't received that request yet, I'll follow up and have Lehua reach out to you.
We haven't received anything yet.
Okay. Okay. Can you provide us with an email address and a mailing address?
Yes.
Offline. Not, you don't have to give it to us now.
Oh, offline.
Can?
Yeah, can provide that.
Okay. And then I'll make sure that they reach out to you as quickly as possible. Some photographs of the damages that you describe for us would also be beneficial to include.
Yes, I have photographs that I can send to you folks.
Okay, I have a question from Commissioner Hell.
Aloha, Uncle. Just a question. Are you asking to remodel your house or build a new house?
It's beyond remodeling. I have to rebuild a new home.
Okay.
It's not safe. Okay. But by the grace of God, I'm still in here because I don't have any money to go rent outside until I can get funds to build a new home. That's why I'm coming back to ask you folks for kokua.
Okay, Matthew, we'll be reaching back out to you for the additional information. Okay, because I know
Okay.
Lehu is aware because our district staff made her aware. So any questions? Other commissioners?
Yeah, Matthew, so I've seen the photos. I do understand the serious condition and the unsafe condition that you guys are currently faced with. And so I think we're in a situation where we will ask the department to explore all viable opportunities, but one of which I would ask that you consider, what are the requirements for making a loan? Start thinking through what you need to consider for that as the department explores what options might be available to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, did you want to add anything else, Matthew?
I just want to say thank you all for listening, and I hope I can get some help and an estimated timeline so I know.
Okay, we'll start the discussions and then the Nahaza staff can give you some realistic timelines. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. We will be in touch.
You want my address too?
You can provide that offline. It would be better.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Oh, wait.
Mahalo to all of you.
Yeah, wait, one more question. How many of you currently living in the house?
There's 4 of us. I'm disabled, so I cannot do anything, much work, but my wife just lost her job. So we were, and by the way, I just want to let you be aware that I don't owe the department. I already paid up my loan from this house. So that's why I'm asking again for kokua.
So is anybody else in the household working besides?
My son is working, but he's working down in Wailea.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And my
All right,
other son here. So they would be, if possible, they would be helping me with the mortgage.
Okay, so I would like the folks at the intake to ask you those questions and not necessarily have it done here. Okay, provide us the information offline and we will be in touch.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Aloha. Thank you, Matthew.
Aloha.
William, as
Okay,
you get
Randy.
ready. Aloha, Matthew, take care.
Okay, you folks too.
So before the next speaker comes up, I'm looking at. What is PAO? Oh, we're done. Oh, okay. So I just want to clarify because I got a message. My comments to ask Kekoa for Kokua to fill all 5 positions, that's intended to support the statewide effort.
Yes,
Okay, so I'm looking at a message. I'm just clarifying.
and I'm sure the other commissioners appreciate you advocating.
And thank you in advance for supporting that, William.
Stuart certainly appreciates it. Look at that. Okay, quick announcements. Next Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting is July 18th, 19th, 2022. That's here on Oahu. Okay, and we come to the end of our agenda. So I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. I'm sure somebody will say.
Second.
All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries. We'll take a short break and come back for contested cases.